All right, welcome in, welcome in. Let's get those captions going. All right. Hey, Smoke, welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? Oh. So, we've got Bull. Let's get Bull built up.
Travel safely.
How are we gonna do that? Well, we're gonna go grab some iron ore. Thanks for remembering. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I was gonna make some Ash William comments too, but I was like, I don't know if you'll get those. But it's like perfect timing. It's like you're fighting zombies, and then these SWAT-looking dudes showed up. It's like, that's Umbrella Corps from Resident Evil. And you're running around in a white suit with an M16 that's fully automatic. It's like, Scarface, Tony Montana. It's like so perfect. So perfect. But you pulled out that chainsaw, I was like, man, Ash Williams from Army of Dead or Evil Dead. And then so I pick up the shotgun and I was like, this is my boomstick. I started thinking about that. I was like, did say Ash Williams doesn't have kids? I was like, but Tony Montana I think has like a sister or some shit if I remember correctly. It's like, what if they made a game where you were a character running around the white Miami suit with the fully automatic machine gun from Scarface, right? But your melee weapon was legit the chainsaw, and your secondary was a shotgun, and in your character's history is because it's your parents' weapons. Like, you're the descendant of those two characters. Like, Ash Williams slept with Tony Montana's sister or something, and then you're the kid. That would be so cool. Um, Military fighting the military, that's evil. That is. But it does happen quite a bit. My character looks like he was part of the Japanese. The Yakuza. He does, except for the lack of tattoos. That would be the only thing, is the lack of tattoos. The Yakuza are covered in them. That's how they identify. It's one of them and the Russians both. Their groups put their deeds and rank and everything on their skin. So that way you can look at them and know exactly who they are and what they are. It's kind of like an early warning system. Sleeping Dogs. That makes me think of Sleeping Dogs. Sleeping Dogs was a really dope game. That would be interesting. I don't know if they could get away with it, because there's a scene in there that's pretty brutal. But that would be an interesting game to see if they could do that up with modern technology on a modern game engine. That would be really cool. Or do a sequel to it. I actually have Samurai Sword, you have Citizen it. I'll have to go back and check that out then. I saw you run around the chainsaw. I was a big fan of the chainsaw, but I'm an Ash Williams fan, so... Well, Bruce Campbell's the actor who plays Ash. That's still one of the coolest lines. This is my boomstick! They really... You'll see this shit. Look, no Druffalo. No animals. Where are all the animals? Where are my Druffalo? I demand a refund. Wow, they legit don't have the animals spawning in. That's actually kind of weird. There's no rams either. Concern. That's weird. I don't know that I like that. Mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, no, I don't like that. I hope that's not a sign of what to expect for this game stream, because that's concerning. None of the animals have spawned in, because there should have been rams and druffalo over there, and we should have ran into some nugs crossing over there. There weren't any. I'm a fan of the guy who played Boss. I know you're probably watching other guys. Ah, yeah, but I like to pretend those guys are Umbrella Corps. I'm pretty sure they're Umbrella Corps. They have to be.
Travel safely.
The nugs are not even spawned in. What the hell? Where did all the animals go? Why are all the animals gone? You know, that's never a good sign. If you're in an area that normally has animals and the animals are just fucking gone, you should run. Run away. Don't stay. Damn, I don't want to give you Harkin's Valor. Ugh. I just don't like Harkin's Valor. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with anything else other than the fact that I don't like Harkin's Valor.
Now, don't you worry.
I don't like the way
that
it
sort of
looks.
thing, girl.
But we need to get it changed out. God damn it. Ah. Alright, we need to get out of here. We need to get away. We've got to. So we're going to go down here. And what do we got here? Inform them that it's been built. We got that one though, but I think we're gonna do a few other things. Like go down here. Yeah. Yeah, we're going down this way. And we're gonna take this, and this. Confirm. When they wear special forces, I know my voice is very deep. So this, do you know who Umbrella Corps is? Out of curiosity. Yeah, and in the old school, very original versions of the Resident Evil games, they showed up exactly dressed the way that the military was coming in through the top of the mall structure. The only difference was this one out of every few would actually have an umbrella patch to let you know that that's who they were. But most of their NPC character models were just clean black SWAT-like military uniforms, and they used military tactics with military weaponry and equipment according to what your characters would comment on. So it's just like, it was, that's why I'm just like, it's Umbrella Corps, because Umbrella Corps is a corporation that often parades as the military. So that's the other cool thing about them, is like, they genuinely do pretend that they're military sometimes, and people believe it because they don't know any different. They're equipped the same, they're dressed the same, they just strip the patches. So that's why I was just like, if you just tell yourself it's Umbrella Corps, who are the, like, American military doesn't fight zombies officially, but Umbrella Corps, who makes them, on the other hand, unless it's the Stars team. Oh man, Stars. Stars is a really cool concept that they had to fight Umbrella, but it failed.
The apostates have fled to the hills.
Do 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 do. You played it on stream? On what system? Because I know the ones I'm talking about are like PlayStation 1 era. I didn't think you could stream a... Can you stream a PlayStation 1? I've got questions now. Like streaming the old school Medal of Honor games and the original Twisted Metal games. Oh, that'd be so dope. I miss the Twisted Metal games. Those were really fun. Drakestone, Drakestone.
One down!
You know, not every dwarf likes caves.
You should have seen my favorite villain now. I'm talking about Resident Evil. Ah, you're talking about the remakes. Okay. The remakes cleaned and polished a lot of things and fixed a lot of things, for sure.
These must be the supply caches Whittle asked us to find.
I played... Let's see, I played the first one pretty thoroughly. The second one... Oh, and then which one was it? Was it 5 when you were in South Africa? That was the last one that I played, and then I stopped playing them. I never went back to them. Alright, alright, alright. There we go. There's a lot of looting that happens in this. So much looting.
Dead!
Man, it's almost a waste to go this way. So there's a quest answer that's over there. But the quest is over here. But there's also a quest... That one isn't active until you actually pick up the quest. But there is another quest answer for a quest that's down in that direction. It is available right now. So it's one of those, like, you really have to plan where you're going and which quest orders you're doing. Because if you don't, you end up having to go back to the same areas like 3 or 4 fucking times before you can finish out an entire map. So it's best to just, like, plan that out. See, this way what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. We're going to grab this quest. Wrap. So we're going to... There's a quest over here. We're going to grab this, and then we're going to wrap around. I know you can't see the map yet. And then loop around, and then that loop will actually have us coming out this way. So that's what we're going to end up doing. I actually seen a reference to Top Gun. I have a question for you. What happened to the 2 villains in Far Cry 4, the ones that you were working for, out of curiosity? There's 3 different options there. One, there's some people believe that AJ killed them all afterwards because the game allows you to go and kill them. So some people believe that AJ killed them and then named himself King of Kirat. Others believe that AJ left Kirat and came back to the United States. And kind of left them to their own devices. That's a less believed one, but that is one of the options. And then the final one is that AJ killed them all because AJ sided with pagan men. So those are the 3 options of what happened to Amida and Sabal. The most popular 2, though, are either AJ sided with pagan men and killed them and the Golden Path, or that AJ ends up killing them and then declaring himself king of Kirat.
Templar bastards killed my husband and stole
But
the
there's
ring from his
nothing
finger.
canon.
They deserve to die.
Not yet, anyways.
You're saying the Templars attacked your husband?
Aye. He was digging out a stump. The fools couldn't tell a shovel from a mage's staff. Had to be safe, they said. Rebels everywhere attacking by surprise, sick bastards. They took the ring I gave him on our wedding day in case it was magic.
Farewell.
All right. Why would you side with the Templars after such a barbaric, cruel story? Well, because the Templars have no oversight right now, and when Templars don't have any oversight, they're just like any other military that has no oversight. When there's no oversight, then they do what the fuck they want, and they get pretty brutal with things. It's the oversight that makes morality enforced and maintained when it comes to military and combat units. So you have to have the oversight. The Inquisition is trying to reel them in so that we can get that oversight again, because the Chantry's lost control, so they no longer have the oversight. In real life, I wouldn't have taken them out. In real life, I would have sided with Pagan Man. 100%. I liked the dude. And the shit that he was doing was making sense. I liked him. No, you bastards.
Want me to handle that?
I do, but I don't know if we have the... Okay, cool. We do have the skill set for it. Varric, homie, I may actually keep you
The
in this
apostates
run.
locked
I don't think I've ever
themselves
done a run where I left
and the
Varric
Templars
in my
set the
party.
house on fire.
I may have to do that. I don't like Varric's setup in this. That's why I don't run him. Because his... Oh, so, Varric's the little dwarf dude, and he's got the crossbow. Now, the crossbow's name's Bianca, and the crossbow Bianca was stupidly powerful in Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age Inquisition, the third one, for whatever reason, they nerfed the
More
shit out
supplies
of
for
it.
Recruit Whittle.
It's nowhere near as powerful as bows are in this game, which is kind of surprising and disappointing. Yeah, I hate the big guys that hide their true selves. Well, I mean, everybody does that. That's called politics. That's normal. Everyone does that. But the thing with Pagan Min, Amita, and Sabal was Sabal was advocating for child marriages, forced marriages to old men. That's not okay. Amita was advocating for turning the country into a drug country, a drug empire where that's the sole economic drive. When you get into that level, you're now turning it into a criminal empire. So, like, both of them were wrong. Where Pagan Men legit just wanted Golden Path to be wiped
people
the
here
fuck
should
out
leave
and
the
get rid
area.
of that
Too
pedophile
dangerous.
practices of their
home,
ancient ways.
Seeker.
You know, so like, if you look at everyone's objectives, Pagan Men's the one that I agree with. Iron Bull. You know, let's see, if we go, let's see, who else can we get? We can get Blackwall. We can get Cassandra. Cole. Am I going to keep you as a DPS, homie? Actually, I think I'm going to keep Bull as a DPS. Weird. Super surprising, but weird. I normally don't keep him as a DPS. I usually make Homeboy, a tank for my character to hide behind. Why is the guy... What's his name? Capal... Reared? Are you talking about DeFleur? Paul DeFleur? The lieutenant for Pagan Men? The American dude? Is that who you're talking about? Or are you talking about someone else? Or are you talking about this guy, Iron Bull?
Damn it, Riggs, where are you?
You said your friend hasn't reported back.
Well, she was supposed to be checking on some apostates. I'm on duty here, or I'd go look for her.
I'll talk to you later.
That's gonna really bother me. Why is they... There we go. Much better. No, I'm talking about... I mean, when you have to kill the guy... Oh, you're talking about Sabal. Right? The other Golden Path leader? The male Golden Path leader, Sabal? The girl... Are you talking about the two Golden Path villains? Whether you have to choose one or the other and you have to kill one or the other? What game are we talking about? Let's start with that one. Because the more I'm thinking on this, the more I'm getting confused. Sabal? Sabai. I'm just gonna be streaming Far Cry tomorrow. That's his name. Sabal. Okay, yeah, Sabal. Sabal's the one if you don't wait at Pagan Men's dinner table and you go and you leave. Sabal's the one that rescues you and keeps calling you brother. And he's like, you're the hero. We needed you. Right? So he's the one that's all buddy-buddy with you. And he wants to restore the traditions of their people. Starting with child marriages. Yep. Because that's part of their ancient religious practice, and he wants to make sure that that's still in play. Because there's a girl that you end up meeting. She's the one that runs around with Amita all the time. The girl that's with Amita all the time. If you side with Sabal, that's who Sabal ends up marrying. Yep. So you get to meet the child bride that he chooses. Yeah, that's why he's weird. Yep. Yeah, that dude's a piece of shit. I kill him every time. Every fucking time. I just wish you could do it and drag it out. Right? I think that would be fantastic. Like, give us different ways to kill him. Don't just let me shoot him in the face. That's too quick and clean. He deserves more than that. Way more than that. But so does the drug dealer. Amit is just as bad because what she does is she goes into the homes of every karate citizen and forces their children out and into military service for the Golden Path. And any parents who refuse or resist are just fucking executed. And then to put the icing on the cake, the parents and adults that are not already part of Golden Path are then enslaved to work the opium fields, making drugs for them. Yep. So that's the female, Amita, that's her ending. She creates an army of children soldiers and enslaves the remaining population that she doesn't execute. Real pieces of shit, I could tell you. Yeah. I've met some pretty horrible people, but you're gonna meet them in every walk of life. That's just part of life. They're gonna be everywhere. See, I bet for every bad cop story you have, I have at least 5 good cop stories from personal experience. So, it's one of those, like, I can't agree with the generalizations. Where is this final dude at? There you are. No, don't explode him. He needs to come down here and fight us. There we go. That's what I needed. Let me ask you something. Do you think terrible people should get killed like Sabal? I think pedophiles should be killed, but I think they should be killed in a far more horrific, gruesome manner, and you should probably monetize it so that way people can enjoy watching pieces of shit like that get executed. And be examples to prevent other people from doing piece of shit things when it comes to children. There's a guy I really enjoy on YouTube called JD Vance, or not JD Vance. What's his name? JD Delay. JD Delay. He's a convict. He's got like 58 felony convictions and everything, and he's got his whole merch line of "Make Pedophiles Afraid Again," and his political stance is wood chipper. So pedophiles or chomos, as he calls them, should be put into wood chippers' feet first. I'm like, see, he gets it. I'm there for that. That's the type of treatment they should receive. Wood chippers, feet first, televised. I should demonetize Sabal's death. I mean, it would be kind of cool. Yeah, JD Delay, I think his name is. Let me find him now. Now you're making me curious. Where is this dude? Yeah, don't harm kids. Bottom line, like that's always the rule. Anybody who harms kids forfeits their right to life. There we go. That dude. That dude's got some cool content. Do 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 do. Drakestone, Drakestone, do 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 do, Drakestone, Drakestone, do 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 do. Woo! There we go. Mage be down. This guy before. Honestly, there's no way to do it to monetize his particular death because there's no choices. The only, as far as like the way you can execute him or anything, all you can do is just like shoot him in the head or walk away. That's it. Those are your two choices, and you only get to shoot him in the head with a default animation pistol. So it's not even one of your guns or a gun of your choosing. It's kind of disappointing because it would have been nice to have been able to choose the way we killed him.
More supplies. Whittle can use these.
These are the supplies for the refugees that we're gathering up. That we were requested by an Inquisition recruit. And we are destroying the Red Lyrian.
Red Lyrian and the would-be miner, I believe.
There we go. There we go. If there was a like, I can't remember what sniper game it is. There's a sniper game where there's a mission. The title is Sniper. I just can't remember if it's like 4 or 5 or which number it is. I think it's 5, 4 or 5. Yeah, it's one of those two. But you actually get a mission where you get to kill Hitler. And they actually let you choose different ways and methods of doing it. Like, that would be a cool thing to do, is like do a game like that where you let your community decide how you're gonna kill Hitler, and then you have to do it the way that your community voted on. Like, that would be kind of cool. See, games like that where they give you different means and methods and choices, that one you could do a lot of fun with community interaction for sure. But I think that's like Sniper 4 or Sniper 5 that you can do that in. I've seen some pretty cool ones. We picked up a key. That'll be a tool for later. Alright, drop down. Down, 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 down. Down. So, I'm debating. Now, I normally play archers in Dragon Age games. I really love archers. They're my preferred class. In Dragon Age, specifically in Dragon Age. Now I do know that I want to do a Dragon Age Archer Grey Warden run for the next game. Grey Wardens are one of the factions. But I'm also debating, is they're introducing a new class. It's a mage class, but it's like a necromancy class, which they haven't had previously. So I'm also debating on doing one of those. I haven't quite decided yet. Woo! Did we get them all? I think we got them all. All right. Oh, come on, come on. There we go. Close the rift. Honestly, I don't know that there's a way to monetize his death. Because like I said, there's no interaction. You can't, so there's no reason to like do it as a private stream or anything like that. I can say that all of my content that I stream is monetized technically because I'm on Twitch. I'm streaming this on Twitch as well, and I'm getting, I am monetized on that platform already. So every video game I stream is technically monetized. But I'm talking like in real life, like if they were to do stuff like that, do it like a pay-per-view showing, right? Subscription service with guaranteed this many, and just like make sure you have like a surplus saved up of all of these people that have already been convicted, proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that they did these things, right? And have them all just like, hey, we're gonna do this many a month. This is the price of the service. People would pay for that shit.
Someone's in trouble.
Looks like someone was having a picnic.
Yes. The mage must have been hunting for blood magic. So, the truth. I may have been, passing time with Eldreda.
Talking about in the video game. I mean, there's not a way to monetize it in the video game. I'm saying, like, you can't. Yeah, you can't monetize it in the video game. It's not possible. It's you go in there and either you do it or you don't. You know, that's the only choice. I did it because I was planning on killing both of them, and then after I beat the game, you go back and you can find Amita and you kill her too. Or if you, either one you side with, you can find them after you beat the game and kill them as well. But I did kill him when it gave me the first opportunity it gave me to kill him. I did.
These apostates are killing people, and you're out here rolling in the grass with them.
I know most of them are crazy, but Eldreda was better than some of them. And I thought... So, are you going to report me?
Now, normally, the answer is yes. Like, in real life situation, your scout is out gallivanting when they're supposed to be on duty in a war zone and then get caught in a fight after they've abandoned their team and their post. Yeah, no, absolutely, you're getting reported. This is going to be corrected swiftly. But in this game, you want to take advantage of all the assets you can acquire. So, if you have Varric, you can do Varric. If you have the underworld knowledge perk already, you can do this one.
I'm not going to report you, provided you start using this talent of yours for the Inquisition. If you can seduce an apostate in the middle of war,
Sabal a pedophile?
you can make
Yes.
contacts and get
Yes,
information.
100% he was, which is why he should die every
I can
game.
do that. And thanks for going easy on me.
I can't wait to get to our castle so we can actually make our gear look nice. Our gear looks weird right now. Alright, so we acquired an agent. Nice. Should probably level up. Alright, what do we got? We are going to go with... the more magical energy and expand the spells do more damage. We're gonna do that one. Go. How do you know? Because he is advocating for children to be married to adults, and if you side with him, he marries the child in the game. That's how you know. He's advocating for it. Amita calls him out through the storyline on it. And if you side with him, he marries a child. So, like, all of that is definitive. And he clouds it behind, well, it's our culture and our history and our religion. It's not bad. The fuck it isn't. If that's your culture, history, and religion, and you are advocating for it, your culture, history, and religion don't deserve to continue to exist or
There are
survive.
Inquisition soldiers
Absolutely
even
not.
here.
Like, that
I
is
told you
wrong.
we would be safe.
I'm not certain.
I know you. They call you the Herald of Andraste for what you did at Haven. But are you? The Maker has not told me.
I am the Herald of Andraste.
And do you claim to hold power over the rifts the Maker has opened in the sky?
I can seal rifts, yes.
Then prove it. Show me that the rifts bend to your will, the will of the Maker. Show me the power you wield.
Until later.
Until the Maker brings you back to us.
Sabal was an idiot. Oh yeah, absolutely. The thing is, though, that makes this even worse, right? Is there are countries that exist in the world today, right now. I've been to some of them, where that is still a practice. Yep. several.
Hey, there's a big crazy light in the sky that craps out demons. Let's worship it. That makes sense.
There are several different Middle Eastern countries I've been to that they still do that. They absolutely do that. I know that there are other parts of the world where that still takes place, and I'm just like, you know, as a human fucking race, I think the majority of the human race can agree that those practices should absolutely be disbanded and never used again, ever, under any circumstances. See, the thing that makes the Ball's character so frustrating is that he's the traditionalist who's advocating for the restoration of his people's culture, and he's the one that's like truly believes in you and is actually helping you and is your like wants to be your best friend, and it's like, yeah, but you're like the worst piece of shit in the entire game. What why did you make this character like this? You know? And so many people there are people that I've watched play the game, and I've watched them make that decision to side with Sabal because they miss the fact that Amita's calling him out on his pedophilia, and then at the end they're upset. But it's like, but they gave you the signs. And they're like, yeah, but he was the one that was being the nicest to us, and he wasn't going after drugs. It's because, and then they're like, he was just advocating for the religion. We didn't know it had that. And it's like, because you didn't listen. You heard what you wanted to hear, you know? You pay attention to all of the information and actually assess each piece of information as its own piece of information. It gives you more accurate pictures rather than just shuffling through and filtering through all the information you hear to pick out the pieces you want to hear, you know?
The Maker has
I
torn
greet you.
open the sky.
My name is Hindle.
When the demons have cleansed the unworthy, the faithful will be lifted.
The Silent Hill game was fun. Why does both remake and original have busty zombie nurses? Because I think it's something like 85% of video gaming demographic is male. So they are a game company and game studio and game developers that understand their target customer base that they are marketing to. That would be why. Something, have you ever heard stories people ever got killed for that? Absolutely. Yep. People absolutely do get killed for that. They really do. In fact, in the United States, there was actually, he just got out recently. He just got out of prison recently. The Alaskan Avenger. The Alaskan Avenger used the child sex traffic, like the sexual predator registry, to find pedophiles and beat them to death with hammers. I'm like, hey, I'm here for it, you know? Or, no, I don't think he was beating them to death. I think he was brutally handicapping them. I don't think he was actually killing them outright. But I know there's several people that have used that registry in the United States to hunt down pedophiles and kill them. Like, that's a thing that people do. And they get in trouble for it. They do get caught. They do get in trouble. They go through the whole, well, you're murdering people, you're targeting people, you're assaulting, blah, 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 right? So they do get in trouble for it, but it doesn't stop people from doing it. So, which I don't think they should. And most of the, by the way, fun fact, most of the time the people hunting them down get more harsh punishments and longer punishments than the people who committed those crimes. I just think that's so fucking backwards. I remember that I have played Painkiller, Hell Wars, and Levelhead, Busty Nurses, trying to stab you. They don't. Yeah, and then there's have you played Conker's Bad Fur Day? The Flowers.
Hindle, your mother can't breathe. Your father sent me here for potion.
What? She was fine. She hasn't had the breathing trouble in... All right, I can help.
Man, that was such a cool
I have
game.
some already made.
I was a
Take
huge
your
fan
time
of that.
now.
I honestly, the part that I loved the most about Conker's Bad Fur Day was it was the multiplayer, right? The teddy bears versus the squirrels. going at it and killing each other. And then there was that like capture the flag, right? And then there was the bathroom, that level that had a bathroom, where in the bathroom nobody could use their weapons, they could only pee on each other. And the peeing actually did damage like your weapons would. Oh man, that game was so hilarious. The Mighty Pooh, yeah, the Mighty Pooh. Man, that was a fantastic game. They probably couldn't get away with making a new game like that in today's social climate, you know? But man, that was such a fun fucking game. Alright. And I'll worry about the top 4 later, because we're gonna have to come back with Solus anyways. The other side. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Your father was
I mean, they're supposed to 4 and they had...
My father is gone.
Yeah.
He wants for nothing.
But Conkers has got a little bit more of a, it's a little bit more well-known and a little bit more mainstream. So, I think it would get more attention, and then as a result, it would get more negative attention. If it wasn't as mainstream as it became, I definitely think that they could get away with it, but not with the level of attention it currently has. And, like, they would have to do a shadow release of that game. Legitimately, they would have to do a shadow release of any new Conquerors games if they truly kept it in the way it was.
Lady Velena should be here. We need to be together when the Maker comes.
I found
people are just butthurt over small stuff.
This letter, Velena is dead.
People want to feel
But
like they're
we were
activists,
meant
like
to be
they're
together.
fighting
The
for
Maker would not keep
injustice
us
and
apart.
being part of
What
something
am I
bigger
supposed to do
and
now?
representing causes that really truly matter and will make a difference in people's lives, right? Whether they truly believe it or not, people want to do that stuff. People want to be part of that stuff. So as a result, people create problems just so that they can advocate against them. And that's what a lot of the current stuff is people creating problems so that they can be an activist against it and have the moral ground, the high ground against this problem that they created so that they could do this, you know?
The Inquisition needs men who believe as strongly as you do. Come and help us restore order.
Yes. If waiting here in the hills leaves innocents to die, then I will bring the Maker's word by the sword. My men
People
and
just
I
want
will
to feel
lend our
empowered.
strength to
They
the
want to
Order.
feel empowered
Thank
without the risk. That's what it is. They don't want the risk. Is going after real issues, there's real risk there. You know? Nobody wants to take that level of risk to get the true feeling of being empowered. All right. Now then. Ah, shoot. Come on, put your staff away. There you go. We need to be leveling up some people. Very calmy. We need you to get this one. Cassandra, I need you. Let's go this way. Because I want you to get thorns is what I want her to do. I actually kind of want you to have thorns too. It's like when Judas Priest was constantly hammered with hate and they went to court because the group did something and then they blamed Judas Priest for inhabiting. Exactly. Yeah, it's like nobody actually wants to be at risk. They just want to pretend. They create problems so that they can feel like they're moral high ground superior and blah blah. It's just like, no, shut the fuck up. You got a problem? Go fix it. Like, go. For example, my favorite one is people that advocate for women's rights in first world nations. Right? Doesn't matter if it's Europe, America, wherever, right? If you're a first world nation and you're out there protesting, saying that women don't have equal rights and women should be treated fairly and all of these things, why don't you go fucking do that in a country where they're not acknowledged as human beings? You ever think about that? Right? If you truly believed in that cause, you would start with making sure that women were considered human in every part of the fucking world. Right? Because there are parts of the world where they are just property. They're not human beings. They have no rights. Anything can happen and does happen to them with no repercussions because they're not human beings. You want to advocate for women's rights? Start there. You know? That's my favorite one. Because it's like, don't tell me that women aren't treated significantly better here in America or in England or in Germany or in France or in Italy than what they are treated in, say, Afghanistan, Iran, right? Like Saudi Arabia. I promise you, women are borderline royalty in comparison to where they are treated in those countries. So, like, that's my big one. It's just like, you want to advocate for shit? Cool. Go to where it's the worst. Fix it there first. Oh, man. Like, such a pet peeve of mine. Got him. There we go. Close it up. And you know what the reason everyone doesn't go and do those things? Because there's an actual threat to their safety. It's like, I know. So you don't actually want to change things. You don't actually want to stand up for the morally right things. You only want to pretend to do it because you don't want to actually risk anything to make real change. And that's the way most first world nations are. And it's so fucking frustrating. My views love me. Nice! Outstanding. That's always a good thing.
Maker's tears. I was a fool to have doubted you. How may we serve you? Herald of Andraste.
It's like drag racing on roads and people complain about it, but it's where you're supposed to do it. So with all the racing tracks being shut down and the houses being built next to them, shut down because of the complaints, but the track was there. Yeah, people creating problems that they know that there's no risk for them, just so they can have that moral superiority. It's just like, no, I don't like those people. I can't stand those people. If you're going to actually advocate for things, put your money where the mouth is and make sure that you've actually stood up every time you've had that opportunity. You've risked whatever necessary to stand on that point, you know? I actually told them the story about when... Yep, it is.
Have your believers searched for secrets that may help our cause?
As you say, Herald of Andraste. Some few will remain here, the rest will go forth to do your will. When the Maker calls you to your great purpose, remember that we served you.
Alright. Got a couple new agents. Let's get on out of here. We have quite a few quests to turn in now. And there's one more we're gonna grab right here.
Looks like a Templar.
Do 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 do. In California, there's planes called criminals. They don't punish criminals; they make the criminals. Well, that's because the people in charge are paid by the criminals. That's how it works. Crime prospers where crime controls the people making and enforcing the rules. That's how you can always tell where the highest portions of crime are, is where do you find the most criminal corruption? That's where you're going to find it. Because criminals control the policymakers and the people who enforce the rules. Makes you earn the one that moved there. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the other. Yeah, that's a good point too. Like, people will go to places just so they can be part of, so they can say that it's a problem for them. Like, they'll deliberately put themselves in positions and be like, "Oh, well, this really is bad. This really bothers me. I want this changed." And like, but it wasn't affecting you last week, right? Well, I just moved here, and it's like, I know. So shut the fuck up. You moved here knowing that this was here, and then you complained about it. Have some accountability, right? You made a choice. Choices have consequences. Sometimes they're negative, sometimes they're positive. But all choices have consequences, and you need to have the accountability to accept those consequences, regardless of what they are.
I found Ritz and rescued her from an attack by the Templars. She's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time. It's dangerous out here for everyone. I'm glad the Inquisition is trying to put things right.
Smoke, oh, and also cops used to be slave catchers back in the night. Cops are slave catchers today in other countries. Like, that's not a thing that's new. They've always been that way. Any country that has slavery, law enforcement is used as slave catchers. Even today, you go to any other country that has slavery right now, their law enforcement are slave catchers. That's standard practice. That's a normal thing. It's not a good thing, and it's not a thing that's here in the United States currently, but it's a thing that every country has had, and certain countries today still have.
They don't care who they kill anymore.
There we go. Husband's ring.
I found this ring on a Templar I killed.
This is it. Praise to you and the Inquisition for giving my husband justice. It won't bring him back, but his spirit will rest easier now, as will mine.
Woo! Alright, so we've got this entire area cleared out. This is going to allow us to come through here, pick all this up, grab this, and then we can turn all those quests in right there. So I don't blame the street racing because they were supposed to go, like, deal with it, and it gets worse with these housing developments decide. Honestly, there's a place in Southern California where I spent most of my childhood, where my family's from, where there's a football stadium. And because street racing was such a thing down there growing up, what they did was they ended up convincing and cutting a deal where they would pay to use the stadium when the sports seasons weren't using it, like during the football and baseball. When they weren't actively using the stadium, they set it up where they paid and would have events at the stadium for drag racing and street racing, and they would take up all the parking lot area, and it was all sanctioned and permitted and legal. But that was something that the local street racers came up with, is being able to actually rent the space from a stadium so it could generate more income for the city, and it's safe and it's designed for it. So I thought that was a really cool solution. 2 minutes. Yeah, Smoke, you really got to stop generalizing, and you got to stop blaming shit that doesn't apply to you to why you justify your points of view, man. Use your own experience, use your own knowledge, right? You're not a slave. You don't live in a country that has slaves, and the cops that live in your country are not slave catchers. So that is irrelevant to whether or not you like cops. Okay, homie? And stop generalizing cops. Every group has bad people in it. Every group has good people in it. Okay? Let's see. If you're lucky, you had to find an abandoned house on the road, but then you got in trouble for racing. Oh. One more. 2 more. There we go. I'm trying to find an abandoned house on the road. Our friend on a track in his state, but they was shut down. I mean, like, legitimately, if more cities were to follow that, though, like using the sports stadiums and stuff, just the parking lots alone would be big enough for most of that. The cities could legitimately make some good money. And if you get enough street racers together, where it's just like, hey, everyone pays X amount to entry, like, you get enough people together, you can drop that price so it's dirt cheap. And the city would make money. It would be a controlled, safe environment. The racers would be able to just like let loose and not have to worry about having their shit impounded or having to worry about accidents from people getting through their barriers that they set up. You know, no legal repercussions. Like, legitimately, if groups just got together and started making deals like that, everyone would be happy. Everyone makes money and everyone gets to do what they want. You know? And everyone's safe doing it. Never said cops are all trustworthy. I just said stop making generalizations. There are bad people in every walk of life, every work, every job, every position within our governments of every country. There is good people and there is bad people. Cannot make generalizations. They are not accurate, nor are they fair, and they perpetuate a false narrative. Each person is their own person on their own merits. When people start making generalizations, people start losing fact of that everybody is fucking human. And we're not going to do that on this channel.
A dragon assault.
Yes, in my youth, with help.
Nice.
You're not going to press for the details.
Nah, I can see you don't want to talk about it. Bet you look good doing it, though.
All right. So, let's continue. Let's go over here. We've got a camp that we can claim up here. So let's go ahead and grab that one. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Why the ant stop? I hear you say something and someone's saying no. There's people on YouTube right now saying, basically advocating that cops are all bad and cops can't be trusted. It's like, you can't generalize any group, period. There's good people in every group, there's bad people in every group. You have to judge each individual on their own merits. You can't do generalizations, and I don't tolerate generalizations because it creates and perpetuates false narratives. So, I'm very big on, no, we're not doing generalizations when it comes to any groups. It's not happening.
Dispatch for you.
Alright, so we got that one knocked out. We need some more Blood Lotus, which we can get. Few right there. There we are. Alright, now we come down over here. There's more Blood Lotus up on the hill that we can go get to. But we're gonna activate this fun skull.
Here, and for what purpose?
So these skulls are actually the Tranquil skulls, for those who did not know, and those who don't know what Tranquils are. Tranquils are mages that have been cut off from the Fade, from where magic and dreams come from. So it's like you've removed part of their being, like one of their senses entirely, removed it from them. And they become like emotionally neutral to everything, almost robotic. How long a track they could go to, or has it been shut down? I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't even. Honestly, I've known quite a few car people in my life, but I gotta say that the car people that I genuinely enjoy hanging around the most are the dirt track racers. The people that do the dirt track street racing, or the dirt track road racing, where it's like the NASCAR but it's on dirt only. Like, those people are so freaking cool, man. Those people get wild.
No way.
Down in California,
Organized.
the El Centro Sealy area, there's a fairgrounds down there, and I actually grew up being able to go down there and watch my uncle and my cousins do the dirt racing in there. And later on, my cousin currently, he ended up getting hurt in a crash, and then doing the tow truck thing for the wrecks on the track, and then getting healed enough and better enough where he races, and so does his daughter now. And they build their own cars. They work on their own cars and build their own cars, and they race on the dirt track down there. But yeah, dirt track racers and they're fans of the dirt track racing are so freaking cool to hang out with, man. Racing is fine. You could turn any car into a dirt track, and you just have to put safety on it first. Yeah, exactly. All right. There we go, there we go. Grab this Blood Lotus. Let's go get Blackwall. I'm hearing the satisfaction of hearing. Yeah. Those crashes are so fucking cool too. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, but like, it just seems like crashing in the dirt track is so much safer than crashing on the roadways of like NASCAR or paved roads or paved tracks. I don't know why it I'm sure it's just like a perception thing, but for whatever reason, it just seems like it's a safer place to do that at.
Line there and there, no gaps.
That, and you get the dust clouds getting kicked up when they're really going fast, or when those crashes go off, like that dust being kicked up. It adds such a dramatic effect and flair to everything happening. It's so cool.
Remember how to carry your shields. You're not hiding.
Demolition Derby. I
Otherwise,
have not been to
useless.
one. I've seen videos of them, but I haven't been to a
Blackwall?
live one yet.
Warden Blackwall.
That's something that'd be pretty
You're
cool
not.
to do.
How do you know my name? Who said ah? That's it. Help or get out. We're dealing with these idiots first. Conscripts, here they come. Hold the wall, men. Make them come to me. You're dead, bastard. Dead. I wasn't here to fight.
I really hate this. I hate everything about this character. Oh, it's like
Good
the
work,
son of the guy that
conscripts.
created.
Even if this shouldn't have happened, they could have.
And Porsche
Well,
hit his car instead
thieves
of
are
being
made,
upset. He
not
was
born.
glad that he was okay and offered to fix
Take
his
back
car.
what they stole. Go back to your families. You saved
The what is
yourself.
that? Oh, what are the ones that they do where it's like jumps and shit like that? Which one? What are those called?
You're no farmer. Why do you
Oh,
know
I
my
can't think
name?
of them. Where they actually
Why?
have a track where it's like there's twists and turns, but there's jumps, and then they got the little tiny bumps that they have to go up and down over, and then there's even like water areas. Fuck, what are those called? What are those called? I can't remember the name of those ones. Those ones are fun to watch too. And monster truck rallies. Now I've been to a few monster truck rallies. Those are pretty cool too. Actually, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do it, but eventually I'm gonna take my grandkids to a monster truck rally.
I'm here investigating Grey
Oh, they're
Wardens
just
for
called
the
rallies?
Inquisition. We're
Okay,
seeing if their disappearance has anything to do with the murder
I'll have
of
to
the
see if they
Divine.
have any of those around my area.
Maker's balls. The Wardens and the Divine. That can't. No.
World
you're
Rally
asking, so you don't
Championship.
really know.
Okay. Yeah,
First
I'll have to
off,
definitely
I
look
didn't
around.
know
Now that I
they
have the
did.
name of them, I'll have to
But we
look them
do that,
around, see
right?
if they got any around
No
here.
more blight.
'Cause those are
job
really cool
done.
too.
Wardens are the first thing forgotten. But one thing I'll tell you, no warden killed the Divine. Our purpose isn't political.
So that right there is for everyone who knows the Dragon Age community. That's the first sign that he is lying and doesn't know shit. You know how many times the Wardens have gotten involved politically? You know how many times the Wardens injected themselves or created political issues? Like, every Warden knows that. So, that's your first sign that he's not an actual Warden. Second sign, if you knew about the first one and you actually looked into it, Grey Wardens cannot conscript outside of a blight. There's not a blight going on, so he shouldn't have been able to conscript those people. You talking about cars that go fast on small roads? Those races. Yeah. The really super small ones. But it's always like dirt. It's always dirt. I love dirt anything a lot better than paved.
So where are the rest of you?
I haven't seen any wardens for months. I travel alone, recruiting. Not much interest because the Archdemon is a decade dead, and no need to conscript because there's no blight coming. Treaties give wardens the right to take what we need, who we need. These idiots forced this fight, so I conscripted their victims.
And there we
They
go.
have to
For
do
those
what
who
I
didn't
said,
know, he just said
so I
that
told
they
them to
can't
stand.
conscript unless there's a
Next
blight,
time
but
they
I just
won't need
conscripted
me.
these guys.
Grey
It was
wardens
just like,
can inspire.
but you just said
Make
you can't
better
do
than
that,
you think
homie.
you are.
You're no help. I'm no further ahead than I was.
At the games like it's super. I struggle with driving games.
Inquisition.
I genuinely do.
Did you say?
So
Hold a moment.
I don't get as much enjoyment out of those.
Torn. Events like these.
But it's only because I'm
thinking we're
awful at
absent is
driving
almost
games.
As bad as thinking we're involved. If you're trying to put things right, maybe you need a warden. Maybe you need me.
Well, which is it? Do I need a warden or do I need you? Because those are two different things. Because you're not a warden, homie. We'll let him join.
Warden Blackwall, the Inquisition accepts your offer.
Good to hear. We both need to know what's going on. And perhaps I've been keeping to myself for too long. This warden walks with the Inquisition.
You're not a warden. Stop claiming it, homie. You know what? We're gonna bring Solus back out because there's a thing we're gonna pick up over here. Do you like RC cars? when I was younger, they were pretty cool. I also collected Hot Wheels. I loved Hot Wheels. Honestly, the things that I preferred most was doing the models. You know, putting the models together. I really liked doing that. That was one of my favorite activities. Alright, so we will be back at this place. We need to go to... yeah. Gotta get the map. Get the map. Yes, indeed.
I've news, sir.
I bet you do. Now, let's get down here and let's go turn in. Let's see here. I remember X mods from Radio Shack. They were cool little mini RC cars. You could heavily modify. I had a blend. It was... Ooh. I remember Radio Shack. I didn't hear about those, but I like I said, I wasn't into the RC scene that heavily. Like, I enjoyed every now and then I'd get an RC car or something, but the ones I really enjoyed was when you get the models and you had to get you had to glue the parts to get the model piece together, and you had to like hold them for the glue to dry. Those were the models I loved. And then you got to display them and like the doors would open in the cars. Like, that would be cool. Those are the ones I really enjoyed doing. Now, the Hot Wheels, I did get the tracks, and I can't remember if it was Hot Wheels or another company, but someone at one point made the track race cars that were RC, whereas like they had this little prong that went down into the track so they wouldn't come off the track, and you had your gun and you could make them go and be like up, down, all that sorts of shit. Those were really cool. My brother and I used to have those, race each other in them.
Yes, sir.
Slot car racing. Yes, slot car racing. Yeah, we used to race those. Those were pretty fun.
Do you have the potion?
Here you go. The potion and instructions on how to make it.
Silas bless you. Or the maker. Or whoever. It doesn't matter. Just thank you. I'll give it to her right away. If ever I can help the Inquisition, you have my word.
Alright. So that's one down. Let's go give the meat.
I see.
Mages, Templars, bandits, demons. Making it hard.
You can still get them?
Hey,
I'll have to
maybe
wait
this
till my
will help.
grandkids are a little
More
older.
than helps.
They're the ones that really
This,
like cars.
I can fill these hungry bellies. Give
When they
these
get a little
dogs
older,
hope.
we'll
I didn't
try
think
them out
much
with
of the
us. We got
But no
my
one else
sister
is
just sent
helping like
them
you lot. Maybe I was
basic
wrong.
RC cars, where it's like there's the forward button and then there's the back button, and then there's a horn button, and that's it, you know. So they do got those. They just recently got those. They really enjoy those, especially my grandson. My grandson absolutely loves cars right now. Anything cars, he's about it. My granddaughter right now, she's Spider-Man.
I have heard stories about you, Herald of Andraste. I am Enchanter Elendra. I hope you find a way to end this foolish war.
I believe this is your phylactery. I found it on the body of a dead Templar named Matrin.
You've gotten a Hot Wheels RC car?
I suspected he died when he did
I
not
know.
join me or send word.
Hot Wheels does the monster truck neon light shows. I want to wait till the grandkids are a little older so that way they get more self-controlled for themselves when we go out into public places, and where their patience is a little bit longer to be able to sit there for the entirety of the show. But I want to take them to the neon monster truck shows. I think those are so cool.
The Inquisition could use the skills of a powerful
Look up
mage.
Hex mods
If I
RC
wished to
cars.
kill others,
Okay.
I would have joined the
Let's see
rebels.
here.
How is the Inquisition any better?
Hex.
I came from the Circle myself. I know something of the conflict, and I didn't join the rebels either.
true enough. If the Inquisition believes I can help, then I will do what I can. My skills are yours. Just give me a moment to gather my things.
Oh, wow. So this is like an RC car that you fully assemble yourself. Which I bet means there's a lot of kit bashing that you can do with that. Oh, man. Now you're giving me ideas. I'm thinking about getting the truck one. The purple truck one. Man, that purple truck. There's a purple truck one that popped up as one of the options when I typed that in. That one looks cool. All right. Let's see here.
Thank you.
Homeboy over here wants blankets.
Could be better.
Maker's breath. If I were back in the city, I could just steal some blankets.
Gotta do the purple truck, right? But then do like pinstriping on it. Give it that
I found some of the apostate supply stores.
Los Angeles Cholo look, you know? Give it that
Awesome
awesome killer
perfect
perfect pinstriping. Gotta paint that on there. For sure, if you get that purple truck, you gotta do the pinstriping. Man, I might do that. Oh, that is such a cool concept. Building your own RC car, like completely building it, be something you can actually use and function, play with afterwards, or display, and then being able to like fine tune it by painting your own designs on it. Oh man, that is. I may have to do that at some point. That would be so fucking cool. A pinstriped purple RC truck with that lowrider style of body. Man, that is such a cool concept.
Watch yourself. Bandits up ahead. Or something anyway. They're blocking the road.
All right, sounds
Thanks
good.
for the warning.
And we're gonna go over here with Solus, just so that we can get rid of Solus. So we're not gonna run with him. Woo!
According to my research, the ancient elves may have set up wards near here. If
There
we
we
can find the
go.
artifacts they used, it may help strengthen this area against tears.
According to your research, homie, you were alive and built it then. There we go. You, talk to me.
Peace. I am no danger to you. My name is Miris. By your weapons, I see you come ready for battle. Perhaps we face a common enemy in these demons.
Are you fighting the demons on your own?
Fighting the demons is pointless. There will always be more, and I have no means of closing the rifts. But I have heard of elven artifacts that measure the veil. They may tell us where new rifts will appear. I was not expecting so many demons, however. I believe one of the artifacts is nearby. Can you help me reach it?
Yep,
It
we'll do it
sounds
real
worth
quick, so that way we can get Solus out of
shouldn't
here
be
and
too
pick
much
up this
farther
for the
ahead.
extra XP gain.
Thank you for joining
Let's go.
me. I do not
Let's.
think I could have done this alone.
Okay, I need you to
Come on.
not do
Of
that.
course.
Thank you. There, let me loot. There we go. Much better. Woo!
What manner of fire is that?
I have heard of this, but never seen it before. It is called Veil Fire. It is a form of sympathetic magic, a memory of flame that burns in this world where the veil is thin.
Crazy how you have all this wonderful, weird knowledge, huh, homie? Crazy. Stop it there.
Feel another of the
go.
elven artifacts.
Grab this. Again, you only have to do this ever once. And you come right on over here and you interact with
must
this.
be making the runes legible.
And there we go. Once it's got red over it, you're good to go. Those are the weapon and armor runes and stuff that you get so you can enhance your weapons and gear as you're progressing. That's how you unlock all of them. And they're only in creepy ass places like this. Alright, so the real reason we came in here, and again, you only have to do it once because it counts as a schematic. So the golden nug that you interact with in the beginning of the game gives you them immediately. So you don't need them again. Alright, there we go. Activate
the
this.
wards are helping to strengthen the veil. This area should be safer for travelers now.
Talk to you.
Well, that should prove useful. And it seems the ancestors left something for me as well. Interesting. I believe our alliance is concluded. Go in peace, stranger.
Give me whatever it is you found there.
I should have expected this. May the Dread Wolf take you. Ah!
Woo! God damn. She hit hard, and she was a skull. Wow. Okay, I was not anticipating someone to hit that hard. Okay. Raj, I understand. Woo! Come on. There we go. There's a camp around this corner. And where the first dragon is that you deal with. Or that you can deal with, rather. But before you do that, there's a little readable. Want to click that? There it is. I do believe that's everything relevant here. Yep. Next is down here. Hey, you guys. Got him. There we go. Okay, so now that we've got all of that, we could, and we're going to. But, there is one other thing that we need to do first. Right there. Good. Now we set up camp. Okay. Cabin, the shards, Asteriums. back into Haven. Let's go fix up. Let's see if we can fix up Bull's gear, and hopefully the animals are respawned so we can farm that leather that we need. We shall see. Grab some more iron right here. Just grab the top layer. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. That means the Druffalo will be there. Let's see if we're still missing. I think we are. I'm pretty sure we are.
Please send Visser our thanks.
Ooh, no, we're not missing it anymore. What do you do? Just a flat out percentage to attack. Dude. One's actually looking pretty decent. I think we actually may run that one. Well, let's see. What's the offensive here? What do we got? Critical, critical. If we're doing high DPS versus... Ha 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 ha. I think we may actually run that. Okay, so we need cloth. What cloth do we want? No, we don't want that. No, we don't want that. Plaid's weave. We need 8 of that. Velveteen. They're both the same? Okay. So we need 8, what is it? Plaid's weave? 8 Plaid's weave.
You need something? Let me know.
Just 8 Plaid's weave? Okay, we can definitely do that. Jump up here. Let's go get the Plaid's weave for Iron Bull. Go get his stuff all built up. Do 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 do.
Handle the mirror with care. It has been known to bite.
Plaid's weave. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Who else do we have? Barrick. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, hopefully that's enough. Hopefully that's enough. I do gotta say though, growing up, my favorite monster truck, Gravedigger. Love Gravedigger. Still a huge Gravedigger fan. Alright, hopefully this is enough.
Good day to you.
Smithing is hot work.
Armor pen is actually... yeah. Let's just go ahead and give him the armor pen. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Ooh. What is Gruffalo gonna give me? Critical chance? I guess we're gonna go hunt some Druffalo. Let's go hunt some Druffalo.
Another time, then.
Hopefully they've spawned in. Can't use our horse in Haven. I don't know. I feel like I should just be able to grab my horse right out of the stable right there. Alright. So, take down like 3-4 Druffalos. That should be enough if they drop the leather. They don't always drop their leather. We'll have to see the quantities we receive. Grab iron because we're gonna need iron on the way. Because we still gotta make Varric. We gotta build Varric stuff up for now. At least until we start hunting dragons. And then we're gonna do some things. It's gonna be fun. Are we gonna get rams? There we go. Okay, so if there's rams in this side, it's a good sign. It's a good sign. Hopefully the Druffalo are here. Last time they weren't, so we'll have to see. Druffalo. Hey, homie. Woo! Nothing. Whole lot of nothing. Woo! I gotta build this up more. You know, I gotta switch it over to fire is what I gotta do. I was thinking about doing it as ice because I really like none of these have dropped any leather. That's kind of surprising. I'm looking at how it's eating through the armor. I think I may have to switch over to fire because it's not eating through it fast enough. I wonder why all the Druffalo are not dropping anything. They're like, we know he needs the leather. He'll leave the area as soon as he gets what he needs. We want him to stay here. There we go. 2. An animal that size, you get 2. I guess that fire damage did just about as much damage as the electricity damage as far as to the guard goes. Nothing. You know, you guys are making this very difficult. I need their leather. There we go. Still nothing. I don't think I've ever had this bad of a drop with Druffalo hide before. Man. We may not actually be able to do anything with Iron Bowl and Varric if we can't get this leather to drop. Really surprising. There we go. That one dropped something. Three. Okay, there we go. There we go. Buffalo claws. Ooh. Nope, we're almost there. We can make one. I think we can make all of Iron Bull's stuff right now. Definitely don't have enough to do Varric's. Because Varric's we got all the upgrades for Bianca. Can't even target that one yet. Let's go, let's go. This is kind of weird. So first we came over here earlier and no animals were spawned in. And now like hardly any of the Druffalos are dropping anything. Usually the Druffalos have a super high drop rate. There we go. That's closer to it. That one had 8. One more. And then we'll go make all this stuff.
One down.
Alright, I did say one more. So that's it. Alright, let's go. There we go. Any of you? One. One of 3. That tracks. That's about a normal RAM leather drop rate. That makes sense. Don't need more elf root. Alright. Let's go check. I want to get at least the basic party that we're going to be running built up with their equipment before we advance the storyline. And I really do want to get to Skyhold at minimum. Because when you get the castle, that's when everything really starts to open up for you.
Please send Flisser off.
There we go. Penetration. Druffalo for the critical chance. Plaid's Weave for the attack. Craft it.
Good.
Dread. It's made with this. And this. Strength and magic defense. Craft. Okay. Character. Nope. Inventory. Iron Bowl. Homie, you're getting that. And we are destroying like everything else. Go, go, go. There we go. Armor, you get that, and you get that. Get rid of everything else. You get Constitution and Guard. Solus, you get that. Varric, you get that.
Fine.
We go here, and we go sell all junk. Cool. Now then. Varric, homie. What are we missing? So we need more Druffalo. And we need iron. Okay. And lamb's wool. So we need 1 lamb's wool. 8 metal. That's going to be too easy. 11 more Druffalo. They looks like 11 and 12. That's going to be 23 more. Here we go. And here, we need to find Bianca. 14. Flanking damage, critical chance. We're gonna go with Druffalo on that, so we need more Druffalo for Bianca's arm, or Bianca's aiming. Okay. So where is... Okay. And it's gonna be more Druffalo again, right? Yeah, more Druffalo again. Oh, we can go Ram here. That's the grip. Here we go. Arms. We need iron. Okay. Dude, we need so much. Modify weapons. Close. Soulless Varric. There you go. Varric, homie. Grip. Agile grip. There you go. We gotta build that up more for him. Alright. So it does look like we gotta head on back in to where the Druffalo area is. Maybe save and reload it. See if that jogs the drop rate up, maybe, hopefully. We'll have to see. Okay, so that drop rate is horrendous. Let's restart the game and see if we can't get that drop rate to bounce back up to where it's supposed to be at. Because those Druffalos should be dropping almost every time, and we should be getting bigger stacks than like 2s and 3s out of Druffalo. That is kind of weird that the mage's staffs are lighting up green every now and then. Because up until this game, green wasn't a magic type. Alright. Let's go find out. Because that's our big restriction right now, is not everybody can survive the fights we're going to be walking into. And not everyone's efficient at the fights we're going to be walking into. So I definitely want to at least make sure they're good to go on the equipment side of the house, because I tend to pick fights that are higher level than I should be picking fights at from time to time, like we just did with that elf mage that had the skull. I do that on occasion. If there's a thing in my path and it happens to have the skulls, oh well, we'll give it a shot, you know? Ah, it didn't replenish everything. Ooh, that's not a good sign. Let's see. Apparently we missed some iron. Ah, we didn't do the backside of this one. Nice. There we go, there we go. Look at that. No animals. Again. No Druffalo. No rams. Nothing. No animals. See that? That's not supposed to be that way. Yeah. No animals. That's a fun bug. Let's go tell Sarah no.
Woo!
There it is. Okay, anything else? Nope, good to go.
Herald of Andraste, how much did you expend to discover me? It must have weakened the Inquisition immeasurably.
I don't know who you are.
You don't fool me. I'm too important for this to be an accident. My efforts will survive in victories against you elsewhere.
Just say what?
What is the...
Ugh. Squishy one, but you heard me, right? Just say what? Rich tits always try for more than they deserve. Blah, blah, blah! Obey me. Arrow in my face. So, you followed the notes well enough. Glad to see you're kind of plain, really. All that talk, and then you're just a person. I mean, it's all good, isn't it? The important thing is you glow. You're the herald thingy.
You killed him before he could say who he worked for.
And before he could shout magic. What? My people said the Inquisition would want him dead. So he's dead.
Your people? Elves?
No. People. Name's Sarah. This is cover. Get round it. For the reinforcements. Don't worry. Someone tipped me their equipment shed. They've got no breaches. bunch of nutters.
I love how she has people that speak for the Inquisition that didn't talk to the Inquisition at all to find out what we actually would have wanted. But they speak for us.
No breaches. Friends really came through with that tip. No breaches. So, Herald of Andraste. You're a strange one. I'd like to join.
No.
All I
Never,
know about you
ever,
or your group is that I followed a random trail into a trap.
What trap? You knocked, he crapped. Look, it's like this. I sent you a note to look for hidden stuff by my friends. The Friends of Red Jenny. That's me. Well, I'm one. So is a fence in Montfort, some woman in Kirkwall. There were 3 in Starkhaven, brothers or something. It's just a name, yeah? It lets little people, friends, be part of something while they stick it to nobles they hate. So here, in your face, I'm Sarah. The Friends of Red Jenny are sort of out there. I use them to help you. Plus arrows.
The Inquisition has spies already. Can you add to these professionals?
Here's how it is. You important people are up here, shoving your cods around. Blah, blah, I'll crush you, I'll crush you.
I really hate this character so much.
Then you've got cloaks and spy kings, like this tit. Or was he one of the little knives, all serious with his little knife? All those secrets, and what gave him up? Some houseboy who don't know shite, but knows a bad person when he sees one. So no, I'm not knifey shiv dark, all hidden. But if you don't listen down here too, you risk your breeches. Like those guards, I stole their... Look, do you need people or not? I want to get everything back to normal. Like you.
No. Never, ever, ever.
This doesn't sound like a good match for the Inquisition.
I thought you did stuff. Did you talk your way out of the Fade? So be it, yeah. Stay up high and count on everyone being loyal all the way down. I bet it works out just fine. Watch your breeches, Herald. Because, you know, I'll maybe steal them. That's
I really
what that meant.
hate that character. Definitely never going to be recruiting her. Doesn't matter how many playthroughs we do. I'll never recruit her again. Oh, looty loot loot. There we go, there we go. Go over here. Alright, now let's get out of here. Cool. That one's solved. Now then. So we've cleared all of this, we got all this. That we have to wait on. I could go up this way. Yeah. I think that's what we'll... No. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go there. That's how we're gonna handle that. Mortalitasi? I wonder how you pronounce that word. Okay. First things first. Let's go see. Shoot, we forgot to go to the war table. We've got perk points to spend for the Inquisition. I want to see if these guys are popping up skulls still. Yep, they're still popping skulls. But you know what we can do, though? We can go down here and go deal with the wolf. So let's go knock that piece out. We need to go spend those perk points too for the Inquisition, because I need to get the deft tools unlocked, so that way we can pick all the locks. Well, if Varric can pick all the locks. Alright, alright, alright. Spend a weed.
These must be the wolves Master Dennett's wife warned us about.
Ooh! Come on. There it is. There we go. Good work, everyone. Very nice. Very nice. Alright, let's go.
That cave could be the lair of our strange wolves.
Well, that's the only one around here, so it makes sense. It maths.
A demon!
There we go.
With the demon dead, the farmers should be safe from the wolves.
Well, they might still lose a few sheep here and there, but that's wolves for you.
And there we go, there we go. Now look at that, we can farm this place for onyx. And there's actually a mosaic piece in here as well. So if you're trying to do all the completionist things, there is one in here. We'll go get it, it's over there in the corner. But again, heavy crafting game, so you want to make sure it can be a heavy crafting game if you're trying to give yourself every advantage. So you definitely want to make sure that you're doing the looty loot thing as you're progressing all the way up until you get access to dragon parts. Then just farm the shit out of that and you'll be good to go. There's the mosaic piece. There we go. Do 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 do. There we go. There's one ring. Jump over here. Get some more onyx. Back through here. Crystal Grace. Grenades belt. And are we good? Yep, we're good. We don't need to come back through here because we know we can't hit that yet. But we can go grab up a few things here and turn some stuff in. So like right over here, there's a little quest. Grab this. Woo! And then there's an artifact in there that we can grab and activate for some free experience. It'll also progress Solus's story on the war table. And there's Druffalo over here too we can deal with. Right there. Woo! Get a little star puzzle going on. Let's go, let's go. There's a... Right next to this one, there's a Astrarium, I think is how they're pronounced. I suck with pronunciation. But one where you do the star constellations and you have to connect all of them to make the specific shape. There's one. I think it's tucked back around this corner, and then there's one over there. Ooh. Now there is one Druffalo you don't want to kill, just because he's, I don't know if you can or not, but you don't want to because it's quest related. So, but that's on the other side of the water down there. We won't have to worry too much about that one right now. So, let's get over here and turn this stuff in. There's our shard. Very nice.
That's what the skull helps you find?
What is your
right.
PS5
Not
tag?
ominous at all.
I'm not playing on PlayStation. I don't play on PlayStation.
If those refugees are going to defend themselves, they'll need real defenses. I've got a few ideas.
I've built watchtowers in the areas you recommended.
Nicely done. That'll give both your refugees and our farmers some warning next time trouble pays a visit. I'll speak to the master and have weapons sent to your people at the crossroads.
Alright. Go up here. Tell her about the wolf.
We should search the area.
You deal with the wolves, and our farmers will be safe again.
The wolves should be back to normal now. There shouldn't be any further trouble.
That's good to hear. I'll send word to the farmers and let my husband know what you've done. It may not seem like much, but you've given this land hope it desperately needed. Thank you.
You do not play PlayStation? Nope. I'm on Xbox. Yep, I'm playing on a Xbox Series X. I haven't played PlayStation since PlayStation 3. PlayStation 3 is the last time I played PlayStation. My son plays PlayStation. He does. He has PlayStation 5.
Elena says you got rid of those demon-cursed wolves. Should be safer for our farmers now. You've held up your end of our bargain, Inquisition. You'll have my whole stable and good hands to go with it.
You sent your stable hands and your horses to the Inquisition. What about you?
Well, you've cleaned up the area, and I can't say I'm not tempted. Still, it feels wrong to abandon my land to go play horsemaster again.
Alright, what choices do we have? Can I help you? Cassandra? Let's go with we can help you.
You know, the Inquisition comes across horses from all over Thedas.
You don't say. All right, Inquisition. I'll look to your horses myself. Never let it be said that Redcliffe gave less than the best. Just let me settle matters here and say goodbye to my wife. I'll meet you at Haven.
Alright. Right, grab everything up. Everything up. Do 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 do. Alright, now, character record. Let's check what we can do now. Let's see. ML8. Imaging explosion, turning back and it's an area of effect, though. Okay, so what do we got here? This one is your staff's energy will fill in earth. Each basic attack shortens the cooldown active times. Hell yeah. Let's do that one. I will be doing interviews. Very cool. Very nice. I watch a few interview podcasts. There's quite a few that I'm a fan of. Alright, you go first. There we go. Major throat though. Get him. There it is. There we go. Okay, it would have to depend on what the subject matter is. Alright, let's go over here. There is this quest. Which, that's the Druffalo quest. That's the one we don't want to kill. Oh no, I didn't mean to push that button. Alright, good to go. There's a quest that we can pick up over here. Talking about games. I'll give it a think. I'll have to think on it. Because, I mean, I'm pretty busy as well. Like, I got my mom coming in a few weeks. We got some other family coming in a few days, actually. And then, my daughter's having an award ceremony coming up that I'm going to be attending. So, I'll have to see. I do got a pretty tight schedule right now. Okay. So, wrap around here. Go around the corner. There's a chest. Right here. Looty loot loot. Woo!
Have you
Follow
heard
this
from any of
way.
your Kirkwall associates, Varric?
You're asking me? So you don't read my letters?
You're no longer my prisoner, much as you like to act like it.
Yet I still get all the suspicion.
I am not without sympathy, especially given recent events.
Why, Seeker, I would never accuse you of having sympathy. By the way, I tend to refer to my associates as friends. Maybe you're not familiar with the concept.
Oh, she's so formal. It's awesome. Can we get there from here, or do we have to go up and then over? Maybe we can get there from here. Let's see. Yes, we can. There we go. Alright, so what do we got here? What do we got? We've got... There we go. Take this. To here. To here. Boom. And then we've got a shard right over here. And there we go.
Any chance the Inquisition could find out what these things are?
Yes. So these shards we're picking up, there is a stupid amount of them. There truly is a stupid amount of them. However, if you subject yourself to the torture and agonizing, painstaking, repetitive deal of finding every single one of them, the game does heavily reward you because they unlock doors that give you a bunch of elemental resistances to every element type, as well as a ton of golden gear. I don't think there's anything in here yet. I do know this is one of the ones that when you progress,
fire with us?
when you progress far enough with Solus's Elven Artifact quest line, there ends up being a quest in here, but I don't believe it starts. Matter of fact, it may even change some times, pushing times left and right for streaming as well. Oh, and I'm gonna be doing family photos in 2 weeks. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some family photos. That's gonna be fun. There we go. There we go. I think we got everything. Yep. So, if for anyone who hasn't played this or is going to play this, whenever you get Veilfire, this green fire, because you'll get it many times in this game, but whenever you get it, it actually guarantees you one thing, that there's a rune nearby. So if you haven't gone through and collected all the runes, just remember, every time you have Veilfire, there's one of these green runes, and they make that ching sound. And then we go like this, and that gets the red mark, and we're good to go. But every time there's Veilfire, there is a rune to interact with. So that's at least nice that they're consistent with it, but there is a lot of them. And again, you only have to do it one time. Once you've done it the one time, make sure just go to your golden nugget, your main camp, and you'll be good to go. It will keep the records. Keep pushing. Do we have the treasure? No, we don't have the map yet. That disturbed piece of dirt right there, that obviously doesn't belong, that's a location for a treasure map that you find. I guess we haven't found that treasure map yet. It must be in a different section. Which is fine, because this is one of the few areas you genuinely have to come back to. You can't just complete this quest that's right here while you're here. There's a specific plant you need to put out this statue that you just don't have access to in the beginning of the game. You can get access to it as soon as you get to Skyhold, because at Skyhold you can plant it and grow it yourself if you have the seeds from a previous playthrough, which you get your seeds from the Golden Nug as well. So you can just like plant what you need and move on. And then harvest it when it's ready, come back in, and complete that quest that's up there. Oh, the ram hurt itself. That is one annoying thing, is like if the animals get hurt because they go down a rock that's too steep for them or whatever, it puts you in combat with them immediately. So we are in combat with that ram because he fell and got hurt. There we go, there we go. Alright, then we're gonna go over here, and there's the third astrarium around here somewhere. I hear the wolves. I'm too far east. I need to go further west.
Be ready.
Yeah. We need to push west, though. Drakestone. Let's head on down. We got a spy.
Dead.
There's a second one. And he's invisible right now. There he is. Right there. Nice kills. Nice kills. Alright. Now then. It's up there. That's where we need to be. And this will be number 3. And this will open the fancy little door. Let's go, let's go. Get some more crystal grace. Make sure you're grabbing these up anytime you see them. They're for a secret hidden quest later on. That's a callback to a Dragon Age Origins character that you got to interact with in the Brazilian forest. Yeah, Brazilian forest. And it's actually a pretty cool piece of armor you get. As far as, like, it's unique, but it's actually super good. It's a helmet. Alright, which one is this one? Okay. I know how we're doing this one. We're doing this one like this. And there we go. There it is. Boom, and that one's complete. While we're right here, there is a few things that we want to grab up. Man, there are so many people. Let's see if we can push through. More crystal grace. Very nice, very nice. Let's loot that. There we go. Get this landmark, and then on the towards the right around this, there's be a logging. What do they call them in this? I can't remember now. Let's go find out. Logging stand, I think is what they're called. There we go. Logging stand. Should be one right around the corner. Yep, right there. Stacks of logs like that. Those are logging stands. Make sure you're grabbing all of those. They come in handy later. Alright, grab that. And let's check the map and see how close we are. Let's grab it while we're here. And that way we have a fast travel point to bounce back into. Oh, we got the Great Bears. Oh, and we got an assassin on top of that? Oh, come on, homie. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go. Do, 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 do. There we go. There we go. Great Bear Claws, Great Bear Claws. Once we get rid of these Great Bear Claws, the Great Bears will actually disappear from this area. And they are just basically giant damage sponges. Doesn't really matter what you throw at them, they're just damage sponges. And once you get all three, though, you don't have to deal with them ever again. In this region. There's a whole different region where you gotta hunt them down regularly. Or you can, rather. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. There we go.
I doubt that's the last of them. Come on.
Yeah, I know, we gotta go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Get up here and we'll start the camp.
Not
oh,
a bad
we got
spot to camp.
Oh man. Just bears everywhere. Luckily these are standard bears, they go down pretty easy. There we go. Very nice, very nice. Do-do-do-do-do, Alright, this should be the final camp.
You know, Seeker, I really like hitting things.
So I'd gathered.
I knew you'd understand.
Alright, replenish this. Cassandra, you need the same thing. Varric, you need the same thing. Iron Bowl, you need the same thing. There we go. Healing mixture, let's get that one knocked out. There we go. Now that character. Varric, homie. Let's there we go. Let's reduce that threat. Cassandra. Let's give you some thorns. Iron Bowl. I think we're going to be doing the same thing with you, right? Yeah, we're going to give you the charging, and then we're going to give you the iron... The thorns as well. Save. There we go. So how long have you been playing video games for? I've been playing since 2009. That is a fantastic question. Let me see here. Let's see here. early 90s, because the first system that I had was a Sega Genesis, and then we ended up getting a Nintendo, a Super Nintendo, and an Atari. But yeah, no, Sega Genesis, so really early 90s. Super early 90s. Alright, what did we come here for? Do I have... Ah, yes. I remember now what I was doing. We're getting some good canine leather. Okay. Let's go check this Fade Rift over here and see if this Fade Rift is within our level or if it's going to be Skulls. If it's going to be Skulls, then we're going to be pushing through. Yeah, I'd probably say like... Yeah, no, somewhere in early 90s. I would be... probably 94-ish? 95-ish? Right around there? 1994, 1995 area? So yeah, somewhere in there. That's about as close as I can get. I know I played a lot of PC games too, growing up. We're trying to get leather. Let's get leather. Alright, so what do we got in here? Let's see. Oh, they didn't pop skulls. Oh, they pop skulls. Shit. I don't have a choice. Committed. There we go. She was the main concern. If you can get that one enemy down, everything else is solid. Everything else is manageable. It's those witches though, the cold witches like that. They get that frost beam going on you, and it's kind of like a done deal. See? Yeah. There we go. All right, there we go. Hot dang. I'm 35. There we go. Ooh, this is the one that's got the little hidden cave back here. There we are, there we are. Out friggin' standing. Okay, so we can take this area. Okay, we're just got Lots of exciting visitors. Jesus. We really got to go deal with that castle because the density of these mercenaries is insane. All right. Yep, I'm aware. You've told me that before. All right. Let's get over here. Let's go take down this castle. See if we can't cut down the amount of mercenaries that are wandering through these woods here. Should be some way to get there from over here. Possibly have a bear fight. See if we can't avoid it though. Let's keep pushing. There's the chest. People thinking. Yeah. People often have skewed perceptions based on where they were raised and the conditions and environments they were raised in.
Friends, unless I'm mistaken.
Let's see if we can't avoid these dudes. Can we do it? Can we do it? Or are you gonna make me fight them? Ah, we did it. Nice. So we got a few things to do right here. So the first one is right here. Go grab the skull, light up these shards. Do. Shard 1, 2, 3. I think all the rest are down here. 4 and 5. Got it. Oh, there we go. There's the heavies. There we go. Got him. Got him. All right, let's get through here. Let's push. Get the loot. We're going to go up top. There's going to be more heavies. I think there's a demon up here we got to deal with as well. And then we got to take out the mercenary boss. And this should open up Deep Roads. I think it's the Deep Roads this opens. Ooh, very nice. We're getting some things for the research bench. Okay, so we got the heavy walking there. Hey, Holmes. Hi, Holmes. There he is. Get the chest. One more. Keep going. Keep doing it. And there's the final chest up here. And a mosaic piece. We're just gonna take the health hits. We're just do it. Alright, cool. Cut across here. And there should be a little quest back in this corner. Hopefully I have it. I think I have it. Should spawn a... Yep, we have it. Cool. It'll spawn a rage demon. Let me just... I know it. Honestly, I have a really hard time hearing on your video game volume competes, and I have hearing loss from being blown up so many freaking times in all the firefights that I've been in, not wearing ear protection. So I have a hard time hearing people. That's why I have to have like the in-ear buds that do the noise canceling and everything. But I generally don't jump to conclusions on people's ages. I can usually get a general idea of their intelligence level from them talking, but I never try to jump to conclusion on ages. The other thing is like I'm so freaking antisocial that it's I'm not a good judge of age from people's voices either. Just cuz like I outside of streaming, I very rarely associate with people that don't live with me. Okay, so we cut across here. And lightning. Got you. And now homeboy has no friends. Now he can just eat all of that damage. Like that. Very nice. Yeah, usually the way that people are speaking, or the way that they choose to articulate their words, like which words they're choosing to use, right? And the way they form their sentences, how informed versus how biased their opinions are, and whether or not they have logical justifications for points of views, perspectives, opinions, things of that nature. You know, like just the overall way that they communicate and articulate themselves tell me a lot about intelligence levels.
Maintaining justice in the ranks, operating under a veil of secrecy, investigating corruption and threats to the order, and we deal with it all so quietly. Most people never notice.
Interesting. Though we do not break the minds of our prisoners.
We'll keep at it. You guys will get there.
Oh, man. You almost got to kind of feel bad for her because she just said that out loud, and she's a seeker. And later she's going to find out that's not true at all. They break the minds of their own people to make them. Alright, grab the shard. I will say that one of the things I used to do heavily when I was younger and actually socialized with people is I'd make people that if I was going to spend any amount of time with you other than just a quick transactional deal like you would with like a gas station clerk, you know, if I'm going to spend any actual time with you, then what I would do is I would play chess with the person, right? That's the way that I would do it, is I would sit down and get them to do a chess game with me. Because it was a skill that I was taught super early, that if you play chess with somebody, the way that they play chess will tell you more about them than they're even aware of themselves. And you can predict so much about a person's behavior and how they'll respond to things if you can read them through a chess game. So that used to be one of the things that I used to really love to do. It was like whenever I'd meet somebody new and it's like, cool. You know what? I actually might hang out with you again. We're going to play chess. And it's only one game. Yeah, I absolutely love that. That's probably one of my favorite things to do is read complete strangers by playing chess. I would. That's not a. Okay, so asking someone how you would judge their intelligence based on the shitty restrictions of choices you're given inside that video game is not a fair judgment of anybody's intelligence, other than how dumb the people are that gave us those choices and wrote that story. That's about the only intelligence that can be gained from that, as how stupid the development writing team was. And inexperienced in life they are. Judge people based... so if you're going to do the intelligence thing, it's based on how they communicate with everything, not just how they're making decisions. There we go. Knocked out both of them. I believe there's a logging thing around here. And there we go. There we go. Handled. You can always tell that when game developers are uninformed about what they're writing, right? Because they do blatant, obvious mistakes. For example, you can tell that a French company made Far Cry 5, which takes place in America. You can tell that it's not an American company. How can we tell it's not an American company? Because the flags are backwards. The American flags on all the outfits that have American flags, the flags are backwards. That's not how the American flag goes on a piece of clothing. So, it's like the people that wrote Walking Dead, how can we tell that they've never experienced anything in real life? Because the decisions that they made and the scenarios they came up with aren't even remotely logical or realistic. Yeah, if you want to go with the zombie scenario, well, zombies aren't realistic. Might as well be, right? We can create scenarios with that, but how you would handle those types of scenarios, the way that the video game writers came up with, it was like, no, that's not how that works. That's not how any of this would work. These are very clear red flags. Don't fucking do these things. Or the whole relying on the person, the Air Force lady, right? She's military. She knows what she's doing, and she states very clearly she's in the Air Force, so it means she's not in direct combat, ever. She's a female, which means she's never in direct combat, ever. And she states that she works in supply. She orders parts, sits in a desk. She is just as much military and reliable for military decision-making as a standard corporate office worker. And she's very clear about that, but everyone's just like, oh no, she's military, we gotta trust her, she knows what she's doing. It's just like, but that's not how that works. You got a group of people with you, and you gotta make a decision to save this person or that person. What do? Whoever you don't save dies. And it's like, yeah, but I also have a group of people with me, and the group of people can save the person I'm not saving. And they would. Not an option. It's like, but you could, and people would, right? So it's like you can tell that these people that wrote that have never been in a real life scenario of anything ever. And they have no idea what they're talking about, and they have no military experiences, they have no real life experiences, no survival experience. And if they were put in these types of situations, they absolutely would not survive. So it's just like, you can always tell these things if you just pay attention, which is why it's like developers, if anyone's going to develop a video game, make sure you know what you're talking about. Write about subjects you're informed of. It makes the gaming experience so much better. And it doesn't bring a bright, shining light onto the levels of incompetence and ignorance that your writing team has. If you stick with the things you know or research them to understand them thoroughly and competently, don't write about things that you guys don't have experience with. Like, truly, I cannot express that enough. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was really upset to see the American flags backwards on those uniforms. It's like, that's not how you fucking wear it, you know? And I bet you if we did it with the French flag, put the French flag colors backwards, or upside down, or in the wrong order, they'd be pissed, you know? I think the reason why I asked you that question about my intelligence so I could be better. See, here's the thing. When it comes to intelligence, that's something that no matter how old you are, no matter how intelligent you are, you should always work on improving. Every person should. Make a point to learn something new every day. It doesn't matter what the subject is. Doesn't matter if it's fucking useful. It's something new. You had to go through the work of researching it, comprehending it, understanding it, and by doing all of that, you know what you've done? You've exercised your brain. And that's what you just need to do. So just like, it doesn't matter how intelligent or someone is or isn't. As long as they're actively working on always doing something to learn and increase their knowledge and understanding. So, yeah, always just work on learning something new every day. Right? Doesn't matter how smart you are. You could be the smartest person in the world. There's still something new to learn, I promise. We'll come back and deal with that later. Let's see where we're sitting at. Bring this letter back to the family. We've got the Druffalo Rome. We actually need to build up Varric still. What do we got here? We've got seek out the Carta leaders. Yep. Alright, let's do this. But yeah, sincerely, just pick something that challenges you intellectually. Don't want to overwhelm yourself. You don't want to, like, skip ahead to things that are super advanced, right? You want to naturally build up just your overall intelligence level and everyone should do that. Doesn't matter, like I said, how smart anybody is. I know I do that. Like, I make a point to historical fact, if it's a fact about an animal, if it's how a weapon system works, how a machine works, how a piece of science works, right? I don't care what it is. I make a point to learn something new every day because I know that no matter how much I learn, there's always more to learn, and there's always someone who's going to be smarter in certain areas than me. You know, I've accepted that, but it doesn't stop. But it gives me something to work towards, right? Let's see how proficient in understanding and knowledge levels I can become in specific areas.
Have you seen the horses, Master Dennett?
It's a fun challenge to have. Is there any advice I want to give you? Yeah. Join the military. Go into combat field. For 2 reasons. 1, having the skills to actually fight properly, and the tactics and the understandings how to protect yourself, your loved ones, in any situation is an invaluable skill to have for any human being. And they will give it to you and pay you to learn it, which is really fucking cool. And you can get out. By the way, fun fact, Army infantry contracts, the minimum is a 3-year, and you're gonna spend your first year training and learning, right? And then you might be able to go and actually get deployed. But so that's the first thing. You want the combat and survival training to know how to, like, hey, if shit ever goes downhill, if you're ever in a bad way or your life gets screwed up for any reason, whether it's financially, natural disaster, mental crisis, emotional crisis, physical disabilities, whatever the case may be, right? You'll be able to know how to survive it, protect yourself, and protect what you care about. That's important. Those are important life skills to have. Next reason I would say to do that is because it forces you into an environment where everyone there is there for something greater than themselves, and everyone there, you can trust to do their jobs and put their life on the line for you. Because they're trusting you to do the same thing for them. And it allows you to belong to something greater than yourself, where everyone is genuinely needing to care for each other, because when it comes to frontline combat action units, every single rifle there makes a fucking difference. So the team, regardless if they like each other or not, will absolutely do everything to take care of each other and make sure that everyone comes home. Even if they don't like each other, they will still do that. And that's an important experience for people to have. To know that this is what it looks like when people can just get through their fucking differences and focus on the fact that we're here to stay alive and we're all human, right? Like, that's fucking cool. Making everybody, regardless if you like somebody or not, work together for just the basic level of survival. It makes you appreciate things. And then being in the combat realm, that means you're usually the first point of contact with most of the local populations. So you know what you get? You get cultural training on every country you're going to. So every country you end up in, you get cultural training and briefings when you first arrive, telling you how the cultures work, what the social norms are, what their laws are, what they believe, how they run everything in their country. So you get super informed on how other parts of the world work outside of where you're familiar and you grew up. So it gives you a deeper cultural appreciation for everything. And again, you do 3 years, you get out, you have that experience, you have that knowledge, you don't have to stay in, right? But those skills you can't pick up anywhere else and be as effective as they're going to make them for you, you know? But I would go Army specifically and go Infantry specifically, because you can get that 3-year contract. Now, here's the thing with that 3-year contract. MEPS is going to lie to you, and they're going to tell you this, that, and the other, and how this isn't available, and blah, 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 because they want you to go in the jobs that they're being told the Army needs the most of. But here's the thing. I promise, if you just tell them I'm not signing anything other than a 3-year infantry contract, they will find you a 3-year infantry contract eventually. So, but here's what you're going to do is you do that, right? So you do your first year. Your first year, you're going to be training, learning about the unit, getting your equipment issued, getting new knowledge about different fighting tactics, training, practicing that stuff. Second year, you may or may not deploy. Maybe, because we got troops in Iraq right now. But they're in a defensive posture, not an offensive posture, so that's nice. And then when you have 1 year left, you're eligible for re-enlistment. So that means you can either choose to not re-enlist and get out. You can choose to re-enlist and keep your job and choose your duty station, or choose a special school you want to go to. Or you can go ahead and do the final one, which is re-enlist and change your job to something else. Like be a drone pilot, because there's going to be civilian there'll be civilian jobs that pay really well for drone pilots. Same with if you were to be like a helicopter mechanic or a vehicle mechanic. Like, those jobs pay really well in the civilian world because you would have federal training and experience. So, and you'd have security clearances. So you don't have to stay there, but it's a good place to start, so that way you have the basic combat fighting skills and trainings, tactical understanding and knowledge, so that you can protect you and yours, no matter the situation. But after that, change your job to something that you are more interested in, or get out, or advance it, right? Re-enlist for airborne school, air assault school, re-enlist for ranger school, sniper school, Halo school, re-enlist for special forces, right? Get selection under your belt. So, there's all sorts of different directions you can go in. You can go into psychological operations and just go into psychological warfare, right? Like, there's all sorts of different things you could do. But again, 3 years minimum, and you can change it at 2. That's a pretty sweet deal.
These truths the Maker has revealed to me, as there is but one.
Thank you for all that you are doing to her.
Ah, Lady Trevelyan. May I have
Turn
a
in
moment?
research. Hey, Kaz, welcome in. How you doing? Alright, so we need to check out the secrets. And we need to go with this. So we need 4 points needed in the category, and we're up to 2. And how many points do we got? We got 2. Alright, so let's go with Arcane Knowledge, Enhanced Studies. Let's see, 9 minutes. Let's see, this sort of things, relations. I'm not saying we send in, but the rumors of assassination. We should openly denounce these people. Sort of things that have a lot. Future favors. Okay, so. Let's go with Colin.
All right.
That's the right answer. Now, nobleman. Nobleman. Looks to convince the ravings elsewhere to win the Kingdom's Farrier. Send plant refusal, nothing more. Nope. 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 Fair enough, Harry ever. Yep.
At your
Diplomatic
service.
attaché for the funeral service. Varric, we're gonna send Liliana to handle your stuff, homie. Had an interesting night trying. Bet that was a fun experience. Hope you had a baby, like a babysitter to watch. Make sure someone who's experienced. Do it safely. Matter of fact, I'll be right back, and I want you to remember that this is a public platform, so be careful what you type. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. But I'll be right back. I need to stretch my break. I need to stretch my back real quick, and then we'll get right back into this. And then I want to hear about the experience. But just remember, for your own legal safety, this is a public platform. You know, because we still got to follow the terms and services of the platform, and I don't want anybody getting in trouble by sharing experiences. But like, if I think Discord should be safe enough for that stuff, but still, you know, always protect yourself because it is the internet. You never know who's stirring shit. But yeah, just protect yourself. Be mindful. I'll be right back. All right. Kaj, you still there? Let's see. Did we get everything? We got everything? Got everything? Yes, indeed. All right. So. Yeah. No need to apologize, man. I'm just looking out for you because when you got to be careful what you admit you're actually doing. Talking about things that have happened in the past is fine. Be careful about what you actually admit to actively doing, because you want to protect yourself, you know. I don't mind you talking about it. I'm trying to make sure you're protecting yourself. All right.
With passionate breath.
I really don't like Vivian's attitude in this game. I don't like her character's behavior and attitude, but to be a mage-hating mage, we have to make her the divine. So we're going to be interacting with her. I'm not going to run with her because I don't like her attitude, but we are going to interact with her more than we would like to.
You came from the circle at Ostwick, did you not? Senior Enchanter Lydia was a dear friend of mine. Were you at all acquainted?
We're going to go with that one. I don't know anything about her, but we're going to go with that one.
Lydia was my instructor. She was almost a mother to me.
I never met a wiser soul than her. I understand she was killed by one of her own students when the Ostwick Circle rebelled. I think we both agree that this war must end.
For me, then I'll just watch. Got it. Well, are you in a state where it's legal? I didn't. Oregon. Oregon's still legal, isn't it? I'm just used to that one specifically being like illegal everywhere. Yes. Cali. Okay, so okay. I was just concerned you were doing it. You were saying that from a state that it's not legal. I just didn't want you. I didn't want you to incriminate yourself. Okay, cool. Then yeah, tell me about it. All right. Let's see here. The chaos harms everyone. Justice is all. We're gonna go with we need the circles restored because we're role playing as the mage that hates mages.
The Circle had plenty of problems, but it's an institution we sorely need.
I wish more people understood the truth of this. Justinia's death has shattered the balance of power in Thedas. If it is not restored quickly, countless lives will be lost. Mages, Templars, innocent people of all kinds now look to the Inquisition to decide their fate.
Had 2 watchers over me the whole time. Took a good amount. Out-of-body experience. Kind of felt like I was time traveling because time went by, but it was odd. And everything. Nice. Very nice. I know the one that I want to do next. And there's actually a place here in my state where you can legally go do it. It's ayahuasca. But yeah, they actually got a place here in Florida where you can go and it's completely legal and licensed. Like they have actual medical professionals on hand that are acting as babysitters and watchers for everybody. And there's like a whole like therapy process you go through before you take the ayahuasca and then after you take the ayahuasca. So, but I'm also debating because if I go and do that, I would almost prefer to have a proper shaman do it down in like Peru or somewhere down in South America. I'd probably end up going to the Peru. If not, no, I would stick with Peru. But yeah, like that's the one that I want to do next. And I've heard a lot of like what you're talking about there with your shroom experience. I've heard some pretty cool things that are similar to that with the ayahuasca stuff. But that's definitely something I've been looking into for about a year now. Been researching the shit out of it because obviously anything that is a hallucinogenic can cause some serious issues if not done right or respected properly and all of that stuff. And then even then, just sometimes your luck sucks, So I've been doing a lot of heavy research in it because when I do it, I want to do it the proper way,
I'll try not to let them down.
Failure is a luxury we cannot afford, my dear. For almost 1,000 years, the world believed it was in the hands of the Maker. And now many believe you are the agent of his will. Whatever the truth is, that belief gives you power.
We're gonna go with the Chantry will be restored?
Once this is over, the task of speaking for the Maker will be the Chantry's problem again.
That's
So
reassuring.
are you gonna do it
to
again?
hear.
Out of curiosity, was it
stolen
an
enough of your
overall
time, my
pleasant
dear.
experience
Don't let
for
me
you?
keep you?
Like, is it one of those that you're gonna probably look into doing, revisiting? Because I know the one thing that I have found consistently with like the combat veteran dudes that have gone through the ayahuasca treatments, especially the ones that have been in really intense combat, they have to do 2 different sessions for it to work. Like their first session, it's always like it's the most miserable experience ever. They're never doing it again. And then they'll come back like 2-3 months later and do a second therapy session with ayahuasca. And then it's like, oh man, that's exactly what we needed, I know some of them it's like they got to do 2. So that if I do this, that's the other thing I've committed myself to, is like I am doing a minimum of 2 sessions. So that way I have, okay, so this is the first one. Let's see how the second one goes, just in case the first one's bad.
Yes?
Is there anything I can do to help your efforts at restoring the circle?
After the circles fell, their libraries were plundered by scavengers. 1,000 years of recorded knowledge in the hands of
Orlando,
bandits.
actually.
Makes me sick to think of it.
It's they call themselves a church, so it's a religious exemption. That's how they have it.
I'll look into it for you.
If you can take care of this matter, the circle would be in your debt.
Alright. So we got all that. Got some quests and stuff turned in.
That mercenary band that joined the Inquisition.
I'll probably visit again. Had a good first time. Nice. I'm glad you had a good first time, for sure. Alright. Let's go see if the Druffalo spawned in. We have to collect some more iron ore on the way as well. We need leather, because we need to finish building up Varric. So that way we can finish knocking out the hinterlands, because we're going to be going through the Templar area this go around, instead of the mages. And the Templars hit hard in some spots. And I would rather have everyone built up and ready to just, like, steamroll the fight, essentially. So, last time, the Druffalo weren't dropping at the rate that they're supposed to. So I'm hoping this time around that A, they're actually spawned in, and B, they're dropping at their normal rates. Because it should be most of them dropping Druffalo hide, and then it should be in pretty decent quantities. We go. Yep, rams. We got rams. That's a good sign. And there's the Druffalo. Good, they're spawned in. Now, so that's looking promising. Now the only question is do they have the proper drop rate? That's the question. There it is. And... ooh, that's not looking good. We've dropped 2 and still nothing. Boom. So, Dragon Age Veilguard, I know I usually do the overnight streaming, right? That's typically my proper window of streaming. But Dragon Age Veilguard, when it's coming out, is actually at noon my time. So it would be... I usually start around midnight my time. So there are exceptions, like tonight. I started a little later. But I'm debating on whether or not I should just keep my normal time, or if as soon as it comes out I should stream it and change and slightly change the start time for the release of Veilguard. I'm still not entirely sure on which way I'm gonna go with that one. There we go. Good night. All right. 6. Okay. Getting better. Let's let them get their numbers down here. There should be one right. We need a lot of leather. There we go. There we go. 7. Yep. Okay. Good. Now we're getting the numbers and the drop rate that we were supposed to be getting when it comes to drop flow. And there we go. You're next. There we go. That's a healthy number right there. That's... What are we sitting at now? Do we got enough leather? Ruffalo, we're sitting at 42. I know that... See, we got 14, 14. I think we got a 22 and a 20. Yeah, no, we need a few more of these. A few more. Few more! Woo! So we're at 48. Let's try for 60. Let's go for at least 60. $51, so we just need 9 more. Oh, come here, Druffalo. Oh, Druffalo. Do, do, do. And this gives us 8, so we're at 61, so this is 69. So we just need, or sorry, 59. Just need one more. There it is. All right. Good enough. Now let's go get this Varric stuff all squared away, so that way he can be a properly equipped rogue.
Goodbye!
Ooh, get some ram leather. Okay. There we go. Now we should be able to build up Varric, get him his armor, his helmet, Bianca upgrades, and then we'll have a full team decked out and go punch into the Templar area.
Now that we've got better mounts, if you like, I can show you a few tricks to get more out of it.
Now let's see here. Mr. Varric. You have grip, so you need arms aiming. Arms and aiming. So let's go with this one. There is aiming. Critical chance. Yep. And we need arms. Go with the armor penetration. Can actually go with the bear hide on this one. Yeah. Look at that. Okay. More critical chance. There we go. And I think that one was it, right? Modify weapons. Varric. Precise scope. Yep. And 20%, so 89 DPS, 20% armor penetration, 34% critical chance, and 14 dexterity.
And maybe I'll show you.
That's what Varric's rocking on Bianca right now. Alright. We need Varric. Oh, Varric. What are we short? Oh, we're short on the cloth. Raj. So, in the meantime, what hat are you running? No. Are you gonna run the Helm of the Inquisitor? I don't think so. Cloth. What is this one doing? Could do it for the magic defense. That's a possibility. Prefer something with some leather, though. And it's not even for him, though. It's for Cole only. Neither one of these have... Huh. So maybe you are just gonna get the Helm of the Inquisitor, homie. I actually want you having Constitution, but I guess we're not gonna get to choose that. Okay. We are missing Lamb's Wool. Raj. We gonna go fix that, because then he'll be done. Then once he's done, like I said, we'll go hit up the Templars.
Watch your step. We received a shipment of invisible nugs the other day.
We can go with twos now, huh? Let's not. Let's not say we did. Grenades, electric resistance. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. There we go. Now we should be able to go finish out Varric. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Do, 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 do. Okay, and there we go.
You know Arnsberg. You actually are a good rider, I think, Catch.
Whee!
Kindly.
Varric? Varric, my friend. Ruffalo. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Sorry. Varric. You get that, you get that. Move it to valuables. Accessories. What is this one doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? 2 to sunder on hit. You can have this one. And this one. Iron Bowl. Homie. You got the belt to sunder? Good, good, good. Give you that one too. And you're good. We will take... No. Range defense. Cassandra, you get Belt of Health. Nobody likes you, Blackwall. Okay, cool. Moved valuables, and moved valuables. Nice. Sell all, we're good to go. Ooh, I gotta level up. We're gonna hit this, let's see here. When you see incidents around here, paralyzed, 100% weapon damage. Yes, yes. Oh, I can't unlock it yet? Okay. Expand the more you do. Da 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 da. Lightning Cage is actually pretty dope. And go with that one. Okay. Save. Let's go get Templars.
Oh.
The Inquisition scouts are...
Huh. Weird. Go, 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 go.
My Creator, judge me whole. Find me well within your grace. Touch me with fire that I be cleansed.
Alright, so we got the game saved. Everyone's geared properly for now.
The leader of the Bull's chargers, that Iron Bull.
Now, what we need to do is go open up
Though you had granted
the castle. We need the castle.
I will take these injury reports to research in the nave.
Look at that. Ah, people already. Cool. Take that, thanks. Thank you. Noblemen's, we're sending that.
To work.
Let's see what we have.
Do we have anything that we need to send her out on? Truth or dare?
At your service.
Okay, let's go get the Templars.
The Templars must help us close the breach. The Order was founded to fight magic.
We must first convince the Lord Seeker to bring the Templars out of exile.
We've received word from a knight recruit. They gather at Theronfall Redoubt.
It has been vacant for decades. Why go there?
We must approach the Lord Seeker again to get anywhere. We can ask him then.
If we present a plan to seal the breach, the Templars may ally with us.
First, we must prove ourselves a more attractive prospect.
If it's status the Lord Seeker seeks, the Inquisition will approach him after allying with the noblest houses in Orlais.
They'll come with us to Therenfall and demand the Templars' help close the breach.
You believe that will work?
Even the Lord Seeker would find it difficult to ignore so many nobles on his doorstep.
Yes, especially when led by the Herald of Andraste.
If it stops the sky from ripping open, I'm listening.
Rumors you were saved from the fate by Andraste have grown legion among the Templars.
We've done our part to encourage them.
A herald with a few companions may be dismissed, easily set aside. That same herald returning with noble support will be reconsidered, as will the power of the Inquisition.
This could be why Andraste saved me, to lead her Templars against the breach.
Perhaps also to convince the Lord Seeker to abandon the mania that has seized him.
With respect, after his appearance in Val Royeaux, hang what the Lord Seeker thinks.
We do not need the Lord Seeker. We need his Templars, with or without his approval. The breach will not wait for our differences to settle.
Good news.
Let's do it.
Several noble Orlesian houses will petition the Templars to help us stop the breach.
It's been a while since I've done the Templar. They usually side with the mages because they're led by Alistair's mom. But see if I can remember how to do all of this. And that's going to be our team, I think, for the rest of the game. Is these three companions here.
The Herald of Andraste. Lord Esmerel Abernash, honored to participate. It is not unlike the second dispersal of the reclaimed Dales. Nothing. I'd heard a Trevelyan or two took up the cause there. The Lord Seeker is willing to hear our petition about closing the breach. A credit to our alliance with the Inquisition. Care to mark the moment? 10 Orlesian houses walk with you.
All right. We're going to court them for the time being.
The Inquisition values this alliance, Lord Abernash. The Templars must see reason. We can't let the breach endanger us any longer.
Oh yes, ghastly looking thing. The Lord Seeker can't think we're ignoring it. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you
That looked like a spod next to him.
Rumor will, if you won't.
What do you mean?
The Lord Seeker won't meet us until he greets the Inquisition in person. Quite a surprise after the spat in Val Royeaux.
Okay. Then we're gonna go with that's new to me, because, again, he said that he would never talk to us, he didn't acknowledge us, we were nothing, we were less than nothing to him, so... And he punched the Chantry Priestess. So, this is new information your character would actually just be hearing for the first time.
The Inquisition only asks the Lord Seeker help us close the breach.
Then it's all been arranged by your ambassador. Let the diplomats work their magic if you trust them. Between you and I, the Chantry never took advantage of their Templars. Wiser heads should steer them. Here we are, Therinfall Redoubt.
Defensible. I like it. Someone worked out some issues building this place.
It appears they've sent someone to greet you. Present well. Everyone is a little tense for my liking.
A good thing the nobles are here. Maybe the Templars are...
Alright, so Varric, little homie. Alright, cool. You already got that going for you. Nice. Sandra. Yeah, party does more. Yep, we're gonna go with that one. Iron Bull, I think we're gonna give you the same one. Nope, you're getting your thorns. Nice. Alright, save, because again, I don't remember this quest, so we'll have to see how this goes.
The Lord Seeker changed his mind about us rather quickly. Is he known for that?
Attack of conscience? I hear they happen once or twice in Age.
Okay. So, I do know that there's a test coming up.
Excuse me, Lady,
Countess Dovel.
Countess, ma'am. Is it true that the Herald of Andraste is coming? Is she here already?
I am, and I greet you on behalf of the Inquisition.
Forgive me. I didn't realize it was you. We're not used to mages here. At least, none who are pleased to see us.
Should I worry?
If Andraste has chosen you as her herald, I am sure she made no mistake.
So, I do know there's a test where you have to put things in order, and we got to remember what we're going to be doing is we're trying to do as close to like Spanish Inquisition type of ruling. Like, we're just going to be an awful person. Our mage is going to hate all mages, do the harshest mage punishments possible. Like, it's going to be fantastic because it's going to be completely different than what we did previously.
I present Knight Templar Sir Delrin Baris,
So we're going to answer this
second
portion
son of Ban
according to
Delrin
that.
Baris of Ferelden. Sir Baris, may I be so honored as to present Lord Esmeralda Abanage?
I'm the one who sent word to Cullen. He said the Inquisition works to close this breach in the Vale.
Facts, little homie.
I didn't think you'd bring such lofty company.
Paris. Moderate holdings, your family. And the second son?
What a dick.
This
What a
promise
dick.
of status has garnered interest from the Lord Seeker. Beyond sense. The sky burns with magic, but he ignores all calls to action until your friends arrive.
Should a Seeker lead the Templars this way?
In an emergency, if there's no other recourse. But his goal should be to restore them to order.
He has taken command. Permanently.
If he feels there is a holy mandate.
That is what the Lord Seeker claims, and our commanders parrot him.
He's looking pretty gaunt right now.
Make no sense. He promised to restore the Order's honor, then marched us here. Templars should know their duty, even when held from it. Win over the Lord Seeker, and every able-bodied knight will help the Inquisition seal the breach.
If you think we're right, abandon the Lord Seeker and help us.
We can't abandon our orders. Not while the officers who survived the Conclave follow him. We've been asked to accept much after that shameful display in Val Royeaux. Our truth changes on the hour.
Don't keep your betters waiting, Baris. There's important work for those born to it.
What a dick. Oh. I hope you don't survive this encounter, homie, because I can't remember if he does or not.
Request before you meet him. These are the standards. An honored right centered on the people, the Maker, and the Order. The Lord Seeker asks that you perform the rite so he may see the order in which you honor them.
What if I fail?
Well, there's no correct answer. The ritual simply shows Watchers who you are and what you value.
We'd be honored, if that's what the Lord Seeker asks of the Inquisition.
Not the Inquisition. The Lord Seeker changed everything to meet you. Not the Inquisition. You. By name.
Why?
I don't know. He's been fixated on you ever since your horde of nobles arrived.
The Lord Seeker makes us shuffle flags around. Refuse! Let's meet the man already.
So, it's a Templar ritual, and by not doing it, you would be disrespecting them because in their traditions and the things they value and adhere to. And as we're trying to recruit them to be allies, not subjects, we're going to go ahead and perform their ritual. And again, our character's going to lean real heavy into that. Oh yeah, we are the Herald of Andraste. We were sent by her herself. You know, we're going to be leaning real heavy into that.
We'll complete the ritual as the Lord Seeker requests.
When you've completed the rite, I'll take you to him. Once you finish the standards, the Lord Seeker will see you, Herald.
So, this one's going to be at the top.
Knight. We've business to conduct. What does the Lord Seeker want to see, Templar?
The Herald's choice, Abanash, not yours.
He's welcome to it.
There we go. So that first one, that's the representation of the Chantry flag, which is Andraste, which would be their version of... that's the prophet to their god, the Maker. That's the Templar symbol. And then that's the people. So that's the order we put them in.
Traditionally, a participant in the rite now explains their choices to those assembled.
And again, lean heavy into that religious.
This was a question of what I believe. I let faith guide my answers.
On a whim? If it wasn't to impress the Lord Seeker, why bother at all?
I suppose those are your intentions.
My intent is to deal with people who matter. You helmed louts are wasting the Inquisition's time.
He's not even
and
helmed.
my time. Unacceptable.
Can you not see in that mask of yours, homie?
Follow me.
He's not wearing a helmet. In fact, nobody there is wearing a helmet. My people are, but that's it.
Misty again. Cold today, too.
You're the one who said following the Lord Seeker would bring us to a better place.
Should we have stayed with the Chantry?
Nope, no one to talk to. Okay.
I'm still waiting for the Lord Seeker to reveal his...
Ooh, readables, readables. Grab that up. Alright, I do believe that's everything. Everything.
It's necessary, you know. You don't run a battlefield by committee.
Without faith, you've no knights. You've... Knight Captain.
It's a trap.
You were expecting the Lord Seeker. He sent me to die for you.
Knight Captain, Lord Esmerel Abernash. Honored. It is not unlike the second dispersal of the reclaimed Dales. No doubt rank puts you above such things. A pity more people don't understand that.
This is the grand alliance the Inquisition offers.
Sabaris, I'm right in assuming the Knight Captain has seen better days?
You be ready.
Yes, be ready to be left behind, Knight Captain Denham.
The Lord Seeker had a plan, but the Herald ruined it by arriving with purpose. It sowed too much dissent.
Knight Captain, I must know what's going on.
You are all supposed to be changed. Now we must purge the questioning knights.
Ah, there we go. Get out of here, homie.
For once, I agree with them.
There we go, thank you.
The Elder One is coming.
Hey, welcome in, welcome in. We're doing pretty good. We're recruiting the Templars right now.
I tried to make us stronger, but time has run out. Die!
Is the Knight Captain alive?
Barely. If you use use a healing elixir, he may survive. If he even deserves it.
We'll heal him. Let's judge the Knight Captain after we find his master.
The Knight Captain's keys. I would question the Lord Seeker about this Elder one.
Alright, sounds good.
No Templars I've ever seen.
Oh.
Does that matter right now? If it's weird and I haven't seen it, that's worrying.
That's true. Varric's seen a lot of weird up to this point. From what we, like, he was in Kirkwall during the Quinari Uprising. Right? Like, he's seen some weird shit. He was there when the Chantry blew up and the Civil War started.
They are monstrous.
You think?
It's horrible.
Alright. Grab this.
Here, let me try.
Oh, cancel. Alright, little man. You got it, Varric. But how you doing? Anything new or exciting in your part of the world? Alright, let's see. Get the loot. Ah, thank you for doing that shout out. Much appreciated. Mind doing one for Games Freak as well, please? Thank you. Outstanding. See, look at that. She's already way ahead of me. Way ahead of me. That is outstanding. Thank you for doing those shout outs. Yeah, if you guys haven't checked them out, click on those links. Click on those links. Show some Legion support. Hit those follow buttons. It's free, I promise. Let's see here. Varric, little homie, open the door. Open says me. It is good, I think. Nice. Yeah, coffee's pretty essential. Coffee or some sort of energy substance. Like me, I do the energy drinks. Super heavily into energy drinks. I've been that way since... I enjoyed them before I joined the army, back in high school days, like in the early 2000s. I really didn't double down and like commit until I was in the army, though. From the army forward, like it's been a ridiculous amount, if we're being honest. Like if you pay attention for the whole stream, for the 8 hours on average that I stream, I'm drinking between 2 to 3 16-ounce energy drinks.
Show me what you are.
Did you pass Far Cry? I did. I did.
You will be so much more.
Yep, you got me beat. I was January of '89.
I would know you.
Nice, we're similar age. Yep. Let's see, is there anything else in here? Can we open it? It's barred. Okay. All right. Let's go pick this fight. Okay. Come on. There we go. Looty loot. Very nice. Loot. So much looting. But it is super important, so don't forget to do it. There we go, and that's how you get to that chest. And there we go. Oh, I love this game. I absolutely love this game. I love this entire series. Let's see. For me, it is the 27th. So in 4 more days, the next game in the series comes out, and we're going to be playing that pretty heavily for a while. But I absolutely love the Dragon Age series. I've always been a major fan.
That's the Knight Vigilant. The Lord Seeker told us he died at the Conclave.
I've got some bad news for him.
Was the Knight Captain hiding the body for the Lord Seeker?
Yes,
Did he kill
100%.
the man himself? Maker, what's happening to the Order?
It's actually both.
I never met the Knight Vigilant, but he was respected.
They were both killed.
Now I wonder how much of the...
He was killed both by the Lord Seeker and by the Knight Commander. The Lord Seeker ordered it, the Knight Commander carried it out. They were told to stash the body until the rest of the recruits turned. I mean, that's how that whole deal works. That's their jam. Coffee and...
The Herald of Andraste. It's
That's
time
fair.
we became better acquainted.
I drink a ton of energy drinks. I used to drink a ton of coffee too. Coffee and energy juice. I would do both.
What do you think to accomplish? Awesome. What will you become?
I will become the thing that stabs you in the face repeatedly with my staff. I'm actually gonna fight homie twice. It's gonna be cool. At least when a guy talks, the game is a lot lighter than you. Well, that's not good. Huh. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see here. I don't know that I can adjust that. Oh, I can adjust that. Audio. Let's try that. Okay, I guess I'll have to play with some volume later. There we go, let's try that.
Is this shape useful? Will it let me know you? Everything tells me about you. So will this. Watch.
We're a mage, so we can actually talk to this shit.
Are you trying to tempt me or copy me?
Are you trying to copy me? Being you will be so much more interesting than being the Lord Seeker. Do you know what the Inquisition can become?
You'll see. When I'm done, the Elder One will kill you and ascend. Then I will be you.
I saw through your game. What else do you think you can gain?
You are under the mistaken impression that I require consent. Every reaction, every protest is an answer. Lori is coming, and the Elder One wants you to serve him like everyone else, by dying in the right way.
Keep talking then.
I am not your toy. I am Envy, and I will know you. Tell me, Herald,
That's cute.
in your mind. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you feel.
Tell me what you see.
All right. That's exciting. Let's push through.
Tell me why we shouldn't kill you now.
So that's the introduction scene.
Our one chance to make peace between the mages and Templars, and now it's over.
Our enemies have surrendered unconditionally.
The Inquisition's strength rivals any kingdom in Thedas.
Our reach begins to match my ambition, but we will strive for more.
So, this is a guess as to what we could do, and he's trying to. This is the demon of envy, and what they're doing is they're trying to understand us to be an exact copy, to have everything we are and be us, and our closest associates, friends, and all of that have no clue that it's the envy demon. So that's what it's trying to do here. So no matter your response, it learns something.
Is imitating what you can't have your only pleasure, demon?
Accusing. Trying to find my weakness. Is that the woman you are?
All right.
You chose the Chantry's flag for the standards. Is it important? Will you grieve when the Elder One topples it?
Let's see here.
How quickly the Inquisition's influence has spread.
So the flames, we got to make sure we don't fall into that.
Who would stand against us when the Inquisition commands nations? No one wise.
Woo!
When the Chantry
Weaving.
fell, we despair. The Herald unwrapped.
There we go.
The Herald saved all of us. Our army could tear down a kingdom.
No force matches ours for strength.
Can I jump through this? Aha, I can. Nice. Okay.
Do you see how glorious my Inquisition will be after you die at the hands of the Elder One?
You're hurting, helpless, hasty. What happens to the hammer when there are no more nails?
What are you? Get out! This is my place!
Oh, but is it? Is it, homie? Beginning to have my doubts. Is that volume any better, by chance? Interesting. There's nothing in here. Raji Raj. But you shut the door still. There we go. Scare, what coffee you like? Honestly, my favorite coffee roast is Colombian. It's I like the
face it can feel but not fake. I want
medium
to help
dark
you,
coffee.
not envy.
But Colombian has my favorite.
Who are you? I've seen you before. Have I?
I've been watching. I'm Cole. We're inside you. Or I am. You're always inside you. It's easy to hear, harder to be a part of what you're hearing. But I'm here, hearing, helping, I hope. Envy hurt you, is hurting you. I tried to help, then I was here, in the hearing. It's not usually like this.
I love black coffee, no sugar. For me, it's circumstantial. Like, it depends on the circumstance that I'm in. If, like, for example, in my army days, I'd like it black. Don't add anything in it, just give it to me black. But now that I'm not, you know, like, doing operations and life-threatening situations and all of that stuff anymore, I like to have some caramel creamers. I like caramel-flavored coffees. Those are pretty delicious. But if I'm in intense, stressful situations like that, like, I'll absolutely prefer it black.
If you can explain this, I'm listening.
But yeah. Yep. But yeah, Colombian roasts, they're definitely my favorite.
I was watching. I watch. Every Templar knew when you arrived. They were impressed, but not like the Lord Seeker.
The Lord Seeker is an envy demon. It wants to be me.
Yes. It twisted the commanders, forced their fury, their fight. They're red inside. Anyway, you're frozen. Envy is trying to take your face. I heard it and reached out. And then in. And then I was here.
Not nice to you to be in a stressful... Well, it's... The flavor of the coffee sets the mood, right? Sets the mentality. The black, strong coffees with no sugar, no nothing, those are... Because I do tend to make them a little stronger than I should. More grains, less water, you know? It's the bitterness that I need to stay vigilant and hyper-focused in those stressful situations. It doesn't break the mood. It doesn't break the mindset. But, like, when I'm not in those situations, having something with some caramel flavor in there, man, like, I'll sit back and I'll chill. Like, that's a nice, relaxing, enjoyable cup of coffee that I can just sit and actually enjoy the coffee, you know? So that's why it's the flavor of the coffee dictates the mindset. So that's why those are my two modes.
All right, Cole. If you really want to help, how do I get out?
It's your head. I hoped you'd know how to stop it.
Well, I don't.
All of this is envy. People, places, power. If you keep going, envy stretches. It takes strength to make more. Being one person is hard. Being many, too many, more and more, and envy breaks down. You break out.
So, if we keep moving in my head, we tire envy into submission.
Maybe. I hope it helps. It's more than sitting here waiting to lose your face. This way.
Alright.
Ideas are loud here. Make them louder. Think of water.
Think of water?
Yes.
That thing can't help you. I will see more.
Woo! Alright, so now... Look at that. We got water going everywhere. Very nice. Now you can walk through and check all the alcoves. There isn't anything. You do want to make sure you get this side one, though. Alright. Romancing Bull, right? Yep, that is the goal. We're gonna be romancing Iron Bull. We just gotta get to the castle. We haven't got to the castle yet.
Unless you don't have to. None of
garage
this is real
flipper.
unless you let it be.
Get out, thing! I am yearning!
The prisoner failed, Seeker. The breach is still in the sky. For all you know, she intended it this way. As Grand Chancellor of the Chantry, I hereby order you to take this criminal to Valroyo to face execution.
See, they say that, but it looks like you've already got a sword through your chest, and you're dead on the table between them, so why would you order their arrest? It's replaying the audio. Well, then why is there a dead body? Because there wasn't a body in that memory.
Your crimes, heretic.
This is a farce. I demand justice.
Have it. Take her to the gallows.
Yes! Yes! Oh, damn, we can't applaud it. Damn it.
The people will turn against a despot, demon.
I will clear their doubt. As Herald, the last
One of the things that I really used to do for relaxing was Fallout 4. So, I wanna show everybody this. We're gonna save this real quick just to be safe. I wanna show everybody this, okay? So Fallout 4, the building mode with the mods and stuff. Check this out. Let's go find it real quick here. Did I pass it already? I think I passed it already. Yep, passed it already. So where is it at? There it is. Fallout 4. Check out that time played, right? So if we pull up a calculator here and we do the time on this, 152 days by 20 times 24, because there's 24 hours in a day, we get 3,648 hours. So plus 8 hours. So 3,656 hours and 2 minutes is how long I have spent in Fallout 4. Yeah. That's what I used to do to relax, is go in there and build.
Baron, do you confess to conspiring against
Weird brag, bro. But gamer life. Facts, man. Gamer's life.
Then your sons will be executed in the absence of a declaration of guilt.
Cold is there. So what's over here?
It's dark, but it isn't real. Think of sparks. Keep going up. You're more you there than you are Envy, and that tires it out.
Good, I think.
Here we go. Light the brazier. Come back here. Light the brazier. Okay.
4 days without food, 1 without water. I wish the Herald would tell me what...
I haven't seen enough.
Requires prison key. Okay. Did we miss something? Whoa, where is the prison key? Like, apparently it's been a while since I've played and done the Templar run. So I don't remember where the prison key is. Huh. Weird. Yeah, requires prison key. Okay.
The Chevaliers couldn't stop them?
There weren't enough of them, boy. Val Royeaux is burning. The Herald March is here next, bringing even more demons.
Let's ask that question.
In attacking Orlais?
So you're curious. Shall I make use of that when I'm you?
You're letting the Herald see more to sketch her shapes, but what she sees makes her stronger.
Quiet!
So Cole is a compassion demon, or a compassion spirit. Because there's a spirit and there's a demon. Demons are spirits that have been twisted from their true purpose, and they become corrupted and demons. Spirits are spirits that have not been corrupted or twisted from their true purpose.
You wish to be difficult? Then see the legacy of the Inquisition. Its followers hosts to demons, your world ashes. Show me what you...
What then?
You're making it hard for Envy to think. It'll probably come out soon. It's angry, but that's okay. So are you.
Okay, I'm still not seeing any...
No! Run! Almost there.
Yep.
Keep going up.
Keep going. Keep going. Nope, not here. What about over here? What do we got here? So this is supposed to be the scenario as if we were attacking the Templars with the demon army like we sided with. There it is.
What are you doing?
That was what I was looking for. I'm pretty sure there's one in the prison. I just didn't see it in there. But this is us attacking the demon, attacking with a demon army. After taking Orlais, we're attacking the Templar Order and wiping them out. This is their version of what the Elder One would use us for if Envy were to take over. You know, there was a door here. You took the door away. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna be one short on those inscriptions. That's what would appear. Let's see here. What do we got? I guess it's just gonna be the end. Alright, that works for us.
Unfair! Unfair! That thing kept you whole, kept you from giving me your shape! What could you gain from being me?
What could you gain? What? Ah! We'll start again. More pain this time. The Elder One still comes.
It's frightened of you.
Get out of...
Boom! Okay, and that was a fun little, there it is. This demon is so creepy looking. Check that out.
The Lord Seeker!
No, an imposter.
That monster ensured we weren't prepared. I still don't know what we're up against.
I want to do 0 or even negative things today, but told being can. Okay. We'll examine that as it gets closer in the day. Let's see. Let's be direct with the questioning and efficient.
It's an envy demon, and I need to know how to kill it.
Envy? Then the Lord Seeker...
is caged or dead. Maker. And my captain knew. It's the red lyrium, isn't it? I knew that wretched stuff was risky. They often give us new kinds of lyrium, our commanders. Some used the red stuff first to prove it was harmless. The knights would have been next. That demon turned our leaders so we couldn't question when this started.
Alright, so let's just be efficient and finish it.
Will you keep blaming yourself or help me end this?
Templar, what is envy?
A coward, brother.
It studies, makes less mistakes, but most of all, it hides.
We need our veterans. Our commanders have turned, but the lieutenants may still be fighting. We'll hold the hall. You find the lieutenants and the uncorrupted lyrium stores. Bring them here, and I'll give you envy. Show those things no mercy.
Alright, so this one on the right side where it says holding the Great Hall status, that bar is going to deplete when we're not in the room. Whenever we are in the room, it's going to fill back up. So we got to make sure it doesn't drop below, like it doesn't get too low, because we can't have anything bad happen here. Not if we want Barish to survive, which we do, which is the guy that's been the point of contact. Alright, so let me think here, let me think. We're doing this way.
We'll keep the hall, Herald of Andraste.
There we go. All right. Ooh. So you can see the bar dropping over there now. Requires Lord Seeker key. Raj. Let's head here. Grab this. Keep an eye on that. Here we go. Very important clue.
The Elder One wants her dead. Empress Celine. He hates her, haunts her, wants her dead, but hides. Why? He hid other things too.
An assassination plot against the Empress?
I wonder why this Elder One wants her dead.
There's the key we needed. Oh, right. So now we got the key. Now we can pop on over here. And this will be the lyrium stores.
This must be the red lyrium the Lord Seeker gave the Templars.
Just like Haven and the Breach. Where are they getting it from?
Wherever they got it. That crap is messed up.
Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah, that's right. We find out later on Varric's questline. I was like, we destroyed the entry points. Nobody survived that, so...
Here, the untainted lyrium Barris told us about.
I hear fighting. We should return to the Great Hall.
Alright. We're gonna go. I don't want it to get below 50%. Because I don't remember what the threshold is for Barris to survive uninjured. Are we good?
How many Red Templars have you fought?
Some broke through to siege the hall. More will come.
Alright, let's go get the lieutenant. Go, 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 go. Should be right up this direction here. There's the stairs. Wrap it around.
That thing was Commander Terry. I can't.
Okay. Come on. Go, 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 go. Get out of here, homie. Go, go.
What happened to them?
Regroup with Barris. He'll explain the plan.
Good luck.
Perfect. Let's go. Cut across. Clear this hall. Get on the other side. Get the last two. Lower the ladder. Lower the ladder. Run all the way across. Grab the chest. There's the Templar Order banner, for those who are interested in where to get that one from. Banners will be relevant when we get the castle, for those who haven't seen this game before, which we should get the castle here pretty soon. Lower the ladders.
This entire day is a disgrace.
Red lyrium, that'll be useful. Alright, so let's get to the barracks here. Let's clear our way down.
Herald, you live!
There we go.
It's good to see you alive, Herald. Head back into the main hall. We'll meet you there. Of course.
Alright, Varric. Go, 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 go. Pop the lock, homie. Thank you. Loot. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Move, 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 move. Move. Okay, there we go. Always be super thorough in any BioWare game, and when it comes to looting, especially in their single player campaign stuff. They do reward you properly. There we go. All that cloth. So nice. Oh, we got leather too. Nice. There we go. Jump over. Purple gear. Nice. Lady Pixie. You still there?
I hear fighting. We should return to the Great Hall.
What about purple and black? For the pictures.
You brothers, I feared you were dead.
Just get to the hall. Varys will explain.
Fight well.
Alright, there we go. Oh man. Listen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Run!
I hear fighting. We should return to the Great Hall.
I'm trying.
They're in place. On your order.
There we go.
That's all of them. Back to your posts.
That's right, homies. loot.
Right. Keep them off us. We'll break this beast.
Red Templars, coming through the barrier.
Woo! Okay, come on. Oh, go, 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 go. Man, there we go. Come on. Keep the rotation. Two here. There. Two here. Two here. One. Two. Two here. And then three here. Yep. And there we go.
End it.
Alright, so before we go doing all that craziness, you know what we gotta do? We gotta looty loot loot. So much looty loot loot. But the reason why we really want to do this looting is because of all of those pieces right there. They're going to increase the research and increase the damage we do and decrease the damage we take. Yeah, that's what we really want. And it gives us XP. Yeah, jeans and purple and black colored tops. And it can be any combination of those. So it could be like just black, just purple, purple with black, black with purple. We're discussing family pictures for those not in the loop. Discussing the colors for the family pictures. Some more loot. Alright, alright. Alright, our supplies are actually looking pretty solid. Okay, there we go. Did we get everything? Yes, no, maybe? No? Okay. Alright, let's go do this fight. No, no, no. Can we go? Oh, I was like, man, did they do a little hiding thing? There's an invisible wall.
I touched so much of you. But you are selfish with your glory. Now I'm no one.
Dark and desperate. Death to make yourself alive. I used to be like you. I'm not anymore. You shouldn't be either.
Go, 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 go. Okay, there we go. They're summoning Red Templars. Deal with the Red Templars. And now, Mr. Envy himself.
No one knows you better than I, Trevelyan.
Is that right?
The Elder One promised you to me. No one will have you.
Okay, come on. Nope, get out of the green, get out of the green. Go, go, go. Boom. Got you, big dog. Alright. Loot, loot, loot. Sigils. I hate sigils. Sigils are like the most useless thing in this game. They give you buffs, but they, in exchange, give you debuffs in other categories. So it's one of those, like, it's gonna cost you something passively to gain the passive buffs that it will provide. I refuse to use them. I love that purple effect. I know it's just a lighting thing in this area. When we leave, it's gonna be blue again. But that purple on there looks good.
Andraste be praised. She shielded you from its touch. We've numbers across Thedas, but we let this happen. Our officers either failed to see it, or were complicit. The Templars are ready to hear what the Inquisition needs of us.
We need true Templars.
There was corruption here. But also I see valor and honor in each of you who stood fast. Rise tall again. Help the Inquisition seal the breach before it swallows us all.
You speak truths we should never have ignored. But the Order is leaderless, gutted by betrayal. We must rebuild it.
Not gutted, decapitated. There is a difference. So we're gonna... We're gonna convince them to disband and serve us instead. I think that's what we're gonna do. No, because the Spanish Inquisition were allies with the Templars, not in control of them. So rebuild as our partners.
Your order is a symbol that holds the people's respect. That cannot die today. We offer you an alliance. Supplies, weapons, grounds to shelter you. All we ask is you help us close the breach.
Do we take the Inquisition's terms, brothers and sisters? The Templars will come. I hope your stronghold is ready.
will be ready for anyone willing to throw their hat in with us.
So the only thing that really changes here, if you choose not to have them as allies and instead make them yield and serve you, there isn't a whole quest line to promote Barris.
Means the officers willingly blighted half their knights with red lyrium.
Even before some of them realized the Lord Seeker was replaced by a demon.
Which put us in a position to demand more from our alliance. You should have consulted us first.
So, again, this is still a console. But if you make them disband and serve the Inquisition, you lose a storyline where you're sending the Templars out to go do tasks, and Barris is the one leading them. And then, once you get to a certain point, you get to promote Barris, and Barris becomes the equivalent of the next Knight Commander for the area, right? So he becomes in charge of the the Templars that are allied with the Inquisition. So that's what you get to miss if you do that. So we're going to keep them as equals so that way everyone can see that cutscene, because it's also possible to lock yourself out of that cutscene because you have to keep somebody available to be judged in order to have Barris get promoted. If you don't have somebody ready to judge, you can't promote Barris. So it is possible to lock yourself out of it.
We still need to prepare for them. I have contacts in the lyrium trade. Regular lyrium.
If you'd be so kind as to put me in touch with them, I'll secure funding. How many Templars are expected?
A few dozen veterans are coming ahead of the rest to help seal the breach.
How soon until these veterans arrive?
They're almost here. Templars don't like to be late.
Maker.
Wait.
It's compassion.
I came with you
It's
to help.
compassion.
I would have told you before, but you were busy.
But we hate mages.
Yes, I don't belong here. I'm not a war.
Call the guards. This creature is not what you...
A moment, please, Cassandra. I would like to hear why he came.
You help people. You made them safe when they would have died. I want to do that. I can help.
We hate mages. We hate magic. As a mage, right? So that's the irony in all of this. And we know, as a mage, you would be able to absolutely confirm 100% this is a spirit of some kind. We, as the player from previous playthroughs, know that this is Cole, who is the spirit of compassion, who is basically just made himself into a person. Yeah. So we're gonna be kicking him out because magic's bad.
He's dangerous. He plays tricks in your head. Don't let him leave.
I was trying to help!
What are you? A demon? Despair? Pride? Rage?
Cole. I'm just Cole. But you won't remember that. Forget.
Why are your swords drawn? Was someone here?
I don't know. What were we discussing?
Let's find out.
I can't remember the last few minutes. What happened?
I think we are finished here. Our mission is to close the breach before the veil collapses on itself, yes?
We'll need your help when the Templar veterans arrive. Take time to prepare while you can.
I don't think I've ever kicked Cole out before. I think that was a first for me.
The Inquisition appreciates your assistance in this matter, Lady Corbin.
And my miners appreciate your business. You'll have your Illyrium by the end of the week. I should tell you, Ambassador, the Chantry raised some fuss with...
Alright. Let's see our abilities. What does our inventory look like? Because if it's not... Nope, that's too bad. We gotta get all this cleaned up before we do the next fight. Armor. I hope they have polymorphing in the next game, where like you can wear whatever armor you want, but you can change the way it looks. I hope that they have some form of that. And if they don't, I hope they add it later. Ooh, who are you for? You are for Varric. Hey Varric, call me. There you go. We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that. No, 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 no. No. Critical damage. Critical damage. Iron Bowl. You can have... Yeah, you can have that one. Cerebos, you got the Belt of Health. Varric, you can have a Belt of Health. There we go. See, look, sigils. 35% heal on a kill, but you have minus 50% maximum health. So that's why it's one of those, like, I hate sigils. I hate sigils. I refuse to use them. We need to clean up our inventory real quick. And then we're gonna knock out the next little tidbit of quests. Yes, we are. Oh, go through here and pick up a new song. 7 songs. Alright, drop down here. Drop everything off here and we can head back in. Sell all. Good to go. Now, this is the point. This mission right here. In your heart shall burn. If you haven't thoroughly gone through Haven as a whole, now is the time to do so. That is super important. The reason is because when you kick this quest off, that's it.
The Inquisition appreciates your assistance in this matter, Lady Gorp.
You know what? I'm curious. I want to check something. But yeah, that's it. You can't come back here after that. Look at that. I didn't even clear the jail area. Okay, okay. Read the books. Read the books. Is the Knight because we arrested a Knight Commander from the Templars. Is he not in here? No, I guess he's not in here. We'll have to check the jail at the castle when we get to the castle then. Lucky dog. Maybe he stayed at the Templar camp. Maybe he stayed there. Maybe he didn't come back with us.
The Inquisition appreciates your assistance in this matter, Lady Gorpin.
And my miners appreciate your bid.
Clear this. Oh, yes. Choose a successor of
My
leads.
scouts are posted on the ridges in case there's any trouble.
She is encouraged to take vows. We're sending you because that gives us another agent. Strange chalk markings.
Let's
Have
see
you
what
do
we have.
that.
Let us begin.
There we go. So we got all that. Now then, let's collect these last two things. These are not actually important. They just increase your influence, and some of them give you material rewards and such. The influence is how you get your Inquisition perks. That's what matters. Alright, let's do it.
The elite of the Templars are ready, Herald. Be certain you are prepared for the assault on the breach.
Yes, indeed we are. And we're taking Varric, Sandra, and Iron Bowl. Confirm.
Templars!
Focus past the Herald. Let her will draw from you.
I should have dressed him up. See if it changes in the cutscenes.
You did it.
I hope I really hope the next Dragon Age does something about these loading screens. Because, you know, just having this blank screen is awesome. Alright, we're about to lock ourselves out of here.
Solus confirms the heavens are scarred but calm. The breach is sealed. We've reports of lingering rifts, and many questions remain. But this was a victory. Word of your heroism has spread.
Legitimately, it is too early to celebrate because we were told about the Empress Celine thing. We were told about the army of demons. We were told about the Elder One. We were told about these things, so this isn't over yet. We do know that for a fact. Your character would absolutely know that as a fact.
We don't know what caused this. We can't rest easy.
I agree. One success does not guarantee peace. The immediate danger is gone. For some, so is the necessity of this alliance. We must be wary. The Inquisition will need new focus.
By the way, everyone's celebrating right now, and this is why you don't celebrate until you're actually done, because you get caught off guard like this.
We must get to the gates.
Now, there is one mage that we're always going to be cool with, and that's Dorian. He's my favorite mage. I don't think they've ever made a mage that I've liked as much as I like Dorian. Dorian is so fucking cool. He is so well written. what do we got here? What do we got? Cassandra, we need you to... Yeah, we're gonna give you this one because I want this. Iron Bowl. Give you that one for now. Save. Let's go. Torian's the one mage we're always gonna be cool with. For sure. Always, no matter what.
Cullen?
One watchguard reporting. It's a massive force, the bulk over the mountain.
Under what banner?
None.
None?
If someone could open this, I'd appreciate it.
There's gonna be a lot of people who are mad if he is not in the next game, because we're going to his homeland. We're going to his country.
Don't mind me. My name is Dorian Parvis, and I bring grave news from Redcliffe. An army of rebel mages right behind me. They are under the command of the Venatori, in service to something called the Elder One. The woman is Calpurnia. She commands the Venatori. That, the Elder One.
There he is, Corypheus, the man himself.
I risked my life to get here first.
Cullen, give me a plan. Anything.
Haven is no fortress. If we are to withstand this monster, we must control the battle. Get out there and hit that force. Use everything you can. Soldiers, gather the villagers. Fortify and watch for advanced forces. Inquisition, with the Herald! For your lives, for all of us!
Alright, go, 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 go. Boom. Okay, loot. Make sure you're looting thoroughly. You cannot come back to this place. You get one opportunity to loot here, and that's it. Make sure you take it. Go. Loot, loot, loot. Jump down, move, move, move. There we go. Alright, I guess we're wrapping around. Let's go. Okay. Last wave. There we go.
They felt that. We'll reload. You get to the other trebuchet. It isn't firing.
So now when you run through here where the forge was, make sure you grab the staff up. Supply cache if you need it. These boxes are going to be a problem later. Remember that. Go, go, go. So then we're going to get to this section and we're going to do the same thing, right? Fight the waves, and then in between the waves, we get to crank this bad boy. Go, go, go.
trebuchet.
Here we go. There is a finite amount, so again, just do the cleansing of the area. Make sure it's nice and safe to work in. Right? Here's a cool thing.
We've got time. Crew the trebuchet. Start firing.
You can loot in between these. That's your window right there, so you can go do all of this, because there is legitimately time. Make sure you're looting all the way around, right? Because there's like some chests back here and stuff. Want to make sure you're grabbing those up. There's a sack on the other side, if I remember correctly, too. Yep, right there. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Now, no timers. You see the mini-map on the bottom left there? No red dots. So until you actually start this, it doesn't change or progress anything. So you do have a window of looting that's controllable. So you want to make sure this there's a circle advancing around the A there. You want to make sure that that circle goes all the way around and completes before you let go. And that's every time, because we're going to do this again. And if you stop midway through a crank, it starts unwinding and losing its progress. So you want to make sure you go all the way through. See, that's smart. In their position, doing the avalanche, best move they could have done, for sure. Limits the numbers, demoralizes anybody who's not immediately taken out. And then there's that problem.
Shit, who ordered the end of the damned world?
Everyone to the gates!
Supply cache, which we're good. We don't need to do that because we're already full up. So now here's that thing I talked about. It was going to become important. Okay, so this is going to be a real problem. So you are going to go with... There we go. So we're going to be doing this as Varric now. Which means I need to set Varric skills up. This one. I want there. Yep, that's actually correct. Alright, let's go. Inside more. Okay. Very nice, very nice. I'm sure he'll get some good rest.
We need everyone back to the Chantry. It's the only building that might hold against that beast. At this point, just make them work for it.
Let's get people to safety.
Alright. So now we gotta start rescuing folks. Alright, we saved them. Now we're gonna come up here. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Immediately do this climb. This is how to save everybody.
A survivor!
Jump. Take this board. Get in.
Where is everyone? Help!
Get them off the ground first.
About time. Let me out of here.
And there we go. Push, push, push. Get into the tavern. Go, go, go. Directly into the tavern. Grab this person immediately, and then immediately head up the hill. Deal with that fight later. Go.
A survivor!
We head here. There's 2 up here, and you gotta be quick. First one, whichever one you can get to fastest, go directly to that one. And then other side. Got him. And that one's gonna be a close call every time. Okay. So now that we've done that little bit of clearing, now we have that opportunity, that window of looting here. There we go. Head on over here and do not go straight to the doors. Cut to the left. Right over here. There we go.
Thank you. These shits almost had me. Let's go.
That's the lot of them. Let's go.
And there we go. We have rescued all the townspeople. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. So now we can head on in.
Move! Keep going! The chantry is your shelter!
A brave man. He stood against a Venatori.
Briefly, I am no Templar.
Herald, our position is not good. That dragon stole back any time you might have earned us. There has been no communication, no demands. Only advance after advance.
There was no bargaining with the mages either. This Elder One takes what it wants. From what I gathered in Redcliffe, it marched all of this way to take your herald.
Alright, so how do I stop him then, homie?
I don't care what he wants. How do I stop him?
Trust me, that is not information I would keep to myself. And such a promising start with the landslide. If only trebuchets remained an option.
They are. If we turn the last of them to the mountains above us.
One of the greatest weapon systems ever made, the trebuchet.
This is not survivable now. The only choice left is how spitefully we end this.
Well, that's not
That's the
acceptable.
spirit.
I didn't race here only to have you drop rocks on my head.
Should we submit? Let him kill us?
Dying is typically a last resort, not first. For a Templar, you think like a blood mage.
There is a path. You wouldn't know it was there unless you'd made the summer pilgrimage, as I have. The people can escape. She must have shown me. Andraste must have shown me so I could tell you.
All right. Go. No time to waste. This is one of those rapid decision-making things. Send everyone out. Let's distract. Because we're not the leader. It's a council at this point. We are not the leader. It's just a council.
Can surprise the Elder One.
Inquisition! Follow Chancellor Roderick through the channel.
I sent you a trebuchet link. Event has passed. What's so
Herald,
fun?
if you are meant for this, if the
Ooh,
Inquisition is meant
what
for
size?
this, I pray for you.
They'll load the trebuchets. Keep the Elder One's attention until we're above the tree line. If we are to have a chance, if you are to have a chance, let that thing hear you.
We will exact a heavy price. They will not take us easily.
That's the spirit. Again, that whole, if you're gonna go out petty. Be petty, my friends. Right? If it's a for sure no-win situation, be petty. Enjoy it. Someone else down here. You know what? I just realized something. Character. Varric, I need you to... Okay, so you guys have already set up then. I just want to make sure you guys were set up for auto healing. Okay. Ooh, smash, smash, smash. There we go, there we go. Right. No, that's a ladder. We don't need a ladder. Do. Over here. Okay, okay. Alright, alright, alright. What do we got? Someone must have got knocked off a ledge and died there. Alright, so the final trebuchet. So this character, Corypheus, we're about to have an interaction with, was introduced in a legacy DLC for Dragon Age 2. So this is not a new character either. Oh, you deflected them. They're supposed to wrap around behind you, homie. Here, have that.
Let's toss some rocks!
Again, your window for looting. Make sure you take advantage because you can't come back here. In between each one of these waves, make sure you are thorough. There we go. Alright. Start. Now make sure you complete it, because as soon as you start the cranking, red dots pop up. Make sure you complete the full crank before letting go.
Reinforcements.
Alright. Wave. Got you both. Bull's over there just cleaning house. I love it. Again, your window for looting. If you end up going through a lot of health potions or anything, you want to save that supply case back there. This, you want to save that one until you truly need it. Right, so, because it's not going to replenish. So make sure when you use it, you make it count. It'll replenish your health potions. So you want to make sure it's like, you're not just missing one, right? You're missing the majority of them. There we go. Go, go, go. Also, for those that are going to do the crafting stuff, you can see that we're getting fairly good materials. Items, but we're also getting a fair amount of cloth. So this is a good way to make sure you get decent cloth out of here. Don't forget to do this piece. Don't get caught up in the momentum the music's building, right?
Everyone ready?
Oh, there she is, Fiona. That's Alistair's mom. There we go. So unfortunate. Alright, let's grab the loot. So because of who she is, this is why I don't really think this is the canon choice. I think the canon choice is that you sided with the mages. Because of the fact that that's Alistair's mom, and Alistair's a pretty damn important character, you know? So we're full, we don't need the supply cache. We're good to go. And actually, I kind of want to check that accessory out there. Warrior and Rogue. Oh, I know what I'm doing with that. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna give that to Bull. Come on. Turn, turn, turn.
Move! Now!
And again, this character was introduced in a DLC, a post-game, or you can do it at any point, at a DLC called Legacy. That's where we were introduced to this character for the very first time. And when you see this game, then you understand why the ending is the way the ending is. But it's one of those, like, play this game and then go back and then do it again in the second game. And it's such a different perspective.
Enough! Pretender, you toy with forces beyond your ken, no more.
Whatever you are, I'm not afraid.
Words mortals often hurl at the darkness. Once they were mine, they are always lies. Know me. Know what you have pretended to be. Exalt the Elder One. The will that is Corypheus. You will kneel.
You'll get nothing out of me!
You will resist. You will always resist. It matters not. I am here for the anchor. The process of removing it begins now. It is your fault, Herald. You interrupted a ritual years in the planning, and instead of dying, you stole its purpose. I do not know how you survived, but what marks you as touched, what you flail at rifts, I crafted to assault the very heavens. And you used the anchor to undo my work. The gore.
Why did the Divine die? For this chaos!
The chaos will empower me and ensure we no longer beg at the feet of the invisible. I once breached the Fade in the name of another to serve the old gods of the Empire in person. I found only chaos and corruption, dead whispers. For 1,000 years I was confused, no more. I have gathered the will to return under no name but my own, to champion Withered to Winter and correct this blighted world. Beg that I succeed, for I have seen the throne of the gods, and it was empty. The anchor is permanent. You have spoilt it with your stumbling. So be it. I will begin again. Find another way to give this world the nation and God it requires. And you,
there was the signal.
I will not suffer.
They are
even
clear.
An unknowing rival. You must die.
Your arrogance blinds you. Good to know.
If I'm dying, it's not today!
I still think that line was so cold, though, that what you hurl at rifts in the sky, I created to assault the very heavens. It's like, oh, you're that guy. Raj. My bad. See, that symbol right there on that tarot card, that's the Seekers and the Templar symbol combined. And that's what makes the Inquisition symbol. I always thought that was a pretty cool little touch. All right. So this part is kind of slow. It's meant to be slow. It's their version of using a storytelling mechanic of showing the arduous journey to combat that your hero goes through. All right. So this is meant to be slow. I can't do anything about it other than just push through it. There isn't a way to speed it up.
Who's there?
One down!
There we go. You know what? I actually do dig that one. Let's throw that one there. I do dig that one. All right. Now give me my chain lightning back. All right. There we go. Alright, so now, for those who haven't played this, you just gotta follow the debris to the best of your ability. It's meant to be difficult. This is to simulate, like, the 2 back-to-back avalanches that we just had in the area. If you want a little bit of extra dialogue, commentary stuff in here, you can walk up to some of these items, like this. We'll walk over to this one, and you can examine it. Your character will examine out loud.
It's cold. Nothing.
Keep on advancing. And you got your mini-map also, so you can just continue to march towards the icon. That's another option there, so you don't have to look for the symbols or the debris or anything like that. You know, I'm just saying, she's a mage. I feel like she could, like, summon fire to keep herself warm and just keep it going. Or summon like a stone wall and then a little fire to warm up. All right, go, go. Like, if you were a rogue or a warrior, this makes sense. Totally tracks. Mage? Pfft, really? Really? They would have just built them like a little mobile wall barrier thing. Or used an actual barrier and just went forward and kept warmth in their other hand, like a little fire going.
There! It's her!
Thank the Maker!
They totally would have been solid.
What would you have me tell them? This isn't what we asked them to do.
We cannot simply ignore this. We must find a way.
And who put you in charge? We need a consensus or we have nothing.
Please, we must use reason. Without the infrastructure of the Inquisition, we're hobbled.
I can't come from nowhere.
She didn't say it could.
Enough! This is getting us nowhere.
Well, we're agreed on that much.
You need rest.
I really hate her.
They've been at it for hours.
They have that luxury thanks to you. The enemy
She
cannot
oversteps
follow, and with
constantly.
time to doubt, we turn to blame. Infighting may threaten as much as this Corypheus.
If they're arguing about what we do next, I need to be there.
Another heated voice won't help. Even yours. Perhaps especially yours. Our leaders struggle because of what we survivors witnessed. We saw our defender stand and fall. And now we have seen her return. The more the enemy is beyond us, the more miraculous your actions appear. And the more our
That's
trials
fair.
seem ordained. That is hard to accept, no? What we have been called to endure. What we perhaps must come to believe.
Let's see here. What is the super religious answer?
Perhaps I was meant for this, but that didn't help at Haven. I want to believe Andraste is with me, but doubt is everywhere.
I guess that's as close as we could get for that, right? There really wasn't a solid fanatic religious answer to give. It's the closest I think we could have gotten. See, and after all of this, this is where the game actually starts. This is just the introduction. I remember the first time that I played this, I completed everything that I could possibly get access to before doing this quest, just because I thought it was going to be the end of the game. Because I played blind. Oh, I was so happy to find out it wasn't. And ever since then, it's like, let me just get to the castle. Let me get to the castle. And Roderick passes away.
Faith is made stronger by facing doubt. Untested, it is nothing.
A word. A wise woman, worth heeding. Her kind understand the moments that unify a cause. Or fracture it. The orb Corypheus carried, the power he used against you, it is Elven.
Corypheus used the orb to open the breach. Unlocking it must have caused the explosion that destroyed the Conclave. I do not yet know how Corypheus survived, nor am I certain how people will react when they learn of the orb's origin.
Well, we all know how he knows this. Yeah, we all know how he knows this. So we're gonna go ahead and say, just prove yourself.
If you've got something that will help us, now's the time.
Yes, judging by the faithful, now is the time.
Dude, that would suck so bad having to go through those conditions, just like walking for this long, wearing metal fucking armor. Oh, man, that would be so miserable. So miserable.
Be their guide.
Cause like this isn't just a few hours, this is like days, weeks. You know, like this isn't a short period.
There is a place where the Inquisition can build, grow.
There she is. It's awesome that you get your own castle, but there's some design issues that we would have to talk about if this was a real place. Like, how are you getting supplies to and from this, and how did you get the building materials up here, right? Like, where's the rest of the road? Where's the support areas? How does it self-sustain in the siege situation? Like, there is so many issues with this. Gosh, like, seriously, so many goddamn issues with this place. But it's Dragon Age, and we get our own castle, so it's like everyone was happy. I know I was. I'm still am. I wish we could customize it even more, but yeah, there's so many design flaws with this castle. but it's cool because we have our own castle.
They arrive daily from every settlement in the region. Skyhold is becoming a pilgrimage. If word has reached these people, it will have reached the Elder One. We have the walls and numbers to put up a fight here, but this threat is far beyond the war we anticipated. But we now know what allowed you to stand against Corypheus, what drew him to you.
So, legitimately though, if they could figure out a way to grow enough food and have water access to be self-sustaining in a siege, this castle right here would probably make them the dominant military power in all of Thedas, simply because you couldn't siege it. It would not be possible with the way that the mountains, where the mountains are in regards to the castle walls and everything. Like, if they could self-sustain food and water-wise, you couldn't touch the forces inside. They would absolutely be able to rip anything apart far further than they would be able to target the castle. So it's like, yeah. But again, you would have to figure out that one major issue. How you growing food, and how you having animals, and how you having water.
This all began with Andraste's blessing. It was that simple.
Yet did her blessing grant you worthiness? Or was it given because you were already worthy? Your decisions let us heal the sky. Your determination brought us out of Haven. You are the creature's rival because of what you did.
I wish the troops used that color, that black and gold, because man, that looks
The
good.
Inquisition requires a leader. The one who has already been leading it.
Two-handed warrior, there you go, there's the sword. You know, if it's a sword and board, right? They present you the single-handed weapon, and then you end up with a shield that's not part of the ceremony. You know, those would be pretty awesome. We're gonna go. Again, fanatic.
I will restore what Corypheus could never destroy. I am but a servant of the light. The Inquisition belongs to the faithful.
Wherever you lead us. Have our people been told?
They have. And soon, the world.
Commander, will they follow?
Inquisition, will you follow? Will you fight? will we triumph? Your leader, your herald, your inquisitor!
See, it should be you having your class weapon thrust out like that, and then them build a statue of that exact pose right there to commemorate it. Oh, that would be so cool.
So this is where it begins.
It began in the courtyard. This is where we turned that promise into action.
But what do? We know nothing about this Corypheus except that he wanted your mark.
If you can't find him, then find his followers. We can go after them.
We do have one advantage. We know what Corypheus intends to do next. When you were at Therenfall, you uncovered a plot to kill Empress Celine.
Imagine the chaos her death would cause. With his army.
An army he's growing. The Envy Demon gloated about a massive...
See how cohesive they are?
Corypheus could conquer the entire south of Thedas, god or no god.
I'd feel better if we knew more about what we were dealing with.
I know someone who can help with that. Everyone acting all inspirational jogged my memory, so I sent a message to an old friend. She's crossed paths with Corypheus before and may know more about what he's doing. She can help.
Alright, so, couple things. If you notice the cutscenes prior, right? The advisors were all fighting amongst each other and at each other's throats. And now that they have declared your character as the de facto leader of the entire organization, now they're working super cohesively, because what they needed was they needed their internal structure restored, and they're all from groups that had a de facto leader that they were serving. None of them have individually led without someone else giving the actual orders and direction. So none of them knew how to take control there. So now that they have someone there, and they don't have to worry about that role, they all know exactly what to do in their positions. So now they're moving cohesively and confidently forward because they know exactly their roles. So sometimes people literally just need someone up front so they can refocus on what they're best at. Now, Varric here is going to introduce, for those who haven't played this, this is going to be a character named Hawk. Hawk was the protagonist that you played as in the second Dragon Age, which is the game prior to this. If you go to DragonAgeKeep.com, you can actually edit what character Hawk is and all the choices from the game. So we're going to go ahead and just let them import the default appearance, but this is going to be a female Hawk who sided with the Templars as well, who hates mages as well. So that's what this is going to be.
I don't have time for a meet and greet, Varric.
You'll get a lot out of this, and it's probably overdue. Just come up to the battlements. Trust me, it's complicated.
In the entire second game, he was lying to Cassandra, saying that they had cheat.
We stand ready to move on both of these concerns.
On your order, Inquisitor.
I know one thing. If Varric has brought who I think he has, Cassandra is going to kill him.
So for those who don't know, the second game was played with the narration of Varric's telling this story to Cassandra, who's interrogating him. And he claims he doesn't know where Hawk is, nobody does. And you find out that Cassandra and Liliana are working together trying to find Hawk. So that's why that comment is fitting in that position. And this would be the introduction of your previous protagonist coming back as a cameo. Oh. It's not gonna let us right now. We'll have to deal with that one later. Okay. Let's see. Before fussing over any of this, go to the blacksmith and then go to the war room. Those are the two things that we are going to go do. Because I want this area cleaned up, and if you fast travel out of here and you come back to it, it's presentable.
Now, what did they make down here, and what can I make?
Woo! Okay, we found the place. Now find the war room. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Now we have our official advisors. Secrets. Deft hands find tools. So this is gonna allow you to do the lockpicking for your rogue characters. That is the advanced level. It's a weird way to level up lockpicking, I'm not gonna lie. I'm interested to see what they're gonna do in the next game for their lockpicking system. Yep. Alright, so now we've got all sorts of exciting places. And what we are going to do is come back into Ferelden here.
All right.
Send him. Let's head into... Let's grab this place up here. Legitimately, if I was gonna be... If they actually mattered who you were sending, whether it was the spies, the nobility, and the diplomats, or the army, to go secure and set up sites at new locations. If I was legitimately doing that, and it mattered, I honestly would be sending the spies first to establish secure routes of transportation and travel, secure sites, defensible sites, and forward observation sites that could provide forewarning, right? I would have them go and establish all of these locations covertly, and then have the army be able to march in and occupy pre-established locations, because then it makes it that much faster for them to not be able to be removed from the location. Because everyone's gonna be like, oh no, the army's coming, but then it's like, wait a second, how do they already have bases and everything established? When did that happen? So that's how I would actually handle that situation.
Thank you for coming. Maybe you can solve this mess. Our missing patrols are being held hostage by Avar, barbarians from the mountains.
What are they doing in a bog?
That's the thing. Their leader, he wants them to fight you, because you're the Herald of Andraste.
We're gonna go with the bottom one.
I've survived demons. I think I can handle myself against some southern barbarians.
Yeah, you'd think. But they're a brawny bunch. Getting to our troops won't be easy. You'll have to fight your way through undead. Wait, you're not squeamish about undead, are you?
They're only corpses possessed by spirits.
Right. Nothing to fear. The Avar are holed up in the castle on the other side of the fallow mire. Maker willing, the Inquisition's people are still alive.
Now, if you're going to side with the Templars, and you're going to want Cerberus to be promoted because you kept the Templars as allies, this area right here, don't do it. Leave it alone. Okay? Come back to this area later, because at the conclusion of this area, you get someone to judge. And this is a super small map. So leave this one alone. Come back to it later. So that way you guarantee you have somebody to judge, so you can promote Barris. It prevents you from accidentally locking yourself out. But yeah, the fallow mire, leave that one alone if you side with the Templars and keep them as allies. I have the kids making me coffee since I'm stuck. LOL, fingers crossed. It's drinkable. I hope they do it right. That would be disappointing if they didn't. If not, hey, you still got 2 rippets in here. They're cold. Alright, so now we got the place more or less restored and usable. And so let's actually make some changes here. So the first set of changes we're going to do is we're getting out of this atrocious outfit. No, 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 no. The Inquisitor, leading the Inquisition, the Herald of Andraste herself, cannot be seen in this attire. No. Unacceptable.
They have certainly spared no expense.
So, gotta go with the formal wear, right? There we go. Right? Because we gotta match the colors of the banner. Alright, so this is actually your private quarters. So we're gonna do some decorating, because I don't like this bed. Do. LOL, definitely no energy drinks first thing in the morning for me. Yeah, it's true. Rippets are definitely not for everyone. I absolutely love them, though. For sure. Alright, so now we look more presentable. And we're gonna lean so heavy into the Chantry stuff.
Better and better. What can't we do in a place like this?
Now we get our customizations, and because we used the golden nugget, we've gotten everything from previous playthroughs, we're gonna go ahead and just actually decorate everything rather than having to unlock or find them. Let's go with the Chantry. Actually, no, we're gonna keep the Inquisition banners, but we are gonna go the Chantry everything else. And where's my bed? There's my bed. 3 marches 2. That is the bed that I use. Sometimes I'll use the Palvolin. Oh, you know what? We're doing that one. Okay, so here, Andraste and Chantry. Oh, nope, we got Inquisition. We got Inquisition. Heraldry. Do we have Inquisition? We've got Inquisition. Nice. Decor. The decor is the one that we're going to end up going with the Chantry on that, because they don't have an Inquisition decor. Let's currently go with the Frostback Basin to start. And then when we get the rest open, which is it's a storyline progression thing, we'll go ahead and change it over to the Chantry. The throne, I don't actually care for the Inquisition throne. I don't actually like it. The Chantry one's kind of insane, but the Divine sits on that one. Dragon Moth throne's pretty cool. Parvolin is probably one of my favorite ones. I just wish the cutscenes didn't clip. Let's leave it for now. Pharrell, then no. Inquisition. There we go.
Serve the Lord who loaded his catapults with anvils. Point made.
Alright. So we got Inquisition stuff all up in the decorations, like even our symbols in the middle. So that's the Inquisition throne. Alright. Let's be Judgy McJudgerson.
Impressive, is it not? Fit for a leader, meant to show influence and the burden of it. It is where the Inquisition will sit in judgment, where you will sit in judgment.
Will we be taking heads right here in the hall?
Goodness, no! If such an option is available, it will be done elsewhere. And it may not be necessary. The Inquisition's sovereignty is derived from the allies who validate it. You are both empowered and bound. Justice has many tools.
Bet.
If their application is
Bet.
clever, execution may even seem merciful by comparison.
Bound? Okay, bet. We'll see if the Inquisition answers to anybody.
Is there anyone I should judge?
Take the throne when you're ready. We will bring him before you.
Knight Captain Denham, Inquisitor. He awaits judgment for serving the Lord Seeker at Therenfall Redoubt. I knew some of the knights who died there. I asked to oversee his sentencing. Denham knew the dangers of Red Lyrium. He murdered the Knight Vigilant and corrupted his brothers and sisters.
There we go. We're gonna go with this bottom one.
We'll find a suitable punishment for the good captain.
I only did as I was told.
We found everything. The corpse of the Knight Vigilant, even papers proving you knew Red Lyrium was poison.
There is a greater power walking this world. I wasn't fool enough to deny it. None of you would have. I demand
Except for we have, and we are. I'm just throwing that part out there, little homie. Execution!
Then have it. Take him to the gallows.
You can't! Not after I survived this long. Don't you see?
There we go. First execution. Dun 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 dun. Alright. So.
Any stories?
Oh, plenty. No one.
Now, let's go do conversations with Bull.
Demons. It had to be demons. Getting into your head. Messing around.
We're gonna start flirting with him because this is gonna be the romance option.
If you're nervous about demons, I can protect you.
My blade pretty much protects me.
Perhaps I can do things your blade can't.
I don't know. It has blood grooves.
Fullers.
Well, technically, it's the Fuller, but blood grooves sound so much more violent.
See? That was perfect. Because they're not blood grooves. People call them blood grooves, but they're Fullers. Fullers are their proper name. But he explains that. I'm like, that's so cool. It's so cool.
Inquisitor, huh? Well, you've got the
fortress for it. Speaking of which, when you've got a second, there's something I want to show you.
All right. So, something you wanted to show me. Let's do that one first, actually. Tell me about the Ben Hasrath. Yeah, so we're gonna go tell me about the Ben Hasrath real quick, because there's a key piece of conversation you have to have.
A general term. You've got the secret police who investigate problems inside our territory. You've got the re-educators who take people with problems and fix their minds. Or make them disappear. And then you've got the spies.
So, I really want them to make a game, and I hope BioWare does well with the next Dragon Age game. So that way they can continue the Dragon Age universe, because I want to go to Palvolin, where the Quinari are from. I think that would be really cool.
None of those sound exactly like you.
Yeah, I was a special case. They sent me to Saharan because they needed someone who could fight and hunt down problems. That whole island was a sack of cats. Incursions from Tevinter, Tal-Vashath, and native rebels fighting both sides. And in the middle, me, trying to wrangle the rebels and restore order.
And Jay says to you, we're going to be Undertaker and John Cena. You can't see me. Nice. Very nice.
You seem like the type who enjoys a good fight.
There's a good fight, and there's finding out who put rat poison in the bread and killed a bunch of children. I hunted down a lot of rebels. Lost a lot of friends to the Vince, or the Fog Warriors, or the Tal-Vashath. One day I woke up and couldn't think of a damned reason to keep doing my job. Turned myself into the re-educators.
Not many people would have the courage to do that.
I thought about letting some rebel kill me, but I couldn't give any of those bastards the satisfaction. The Ben Hasrath ordered me to go to Orlais, ostensibly as a Tal-Vashath, and work undercover. That's how I ended up here.
And now we get another romance.
I'm glad you're here, Bull.
Me too.
If you ever need to talk more about all this, let me know.
Nah, it was a long time ago. Thanks, though.
There we go. So those were important. Alright, so.
Good to see you, boss.
Something to show me.
What did you want me to come see?
Here, come on. I'll show you.
Why am I dressed like this?
You'll see. Come on. It'll be worth your time, I promise. Evening. Iron Bull. My merc band just joined up.
Tanner. I'm from Jader. Well, near Jader.
Mira. I was guard captain for Lady Pendel. Signed on after shit blew up at the Conclave. Share a drink? Who's your friend?
This is Grim. She doesn't talk much.
I think this is funny because there's a person that we're going to meet right after this that he also introduces as Grim and says that they don't talk much. Now, realistically, it's like, well, people think nowadays, like, how would Inquisition soldiers not recognize the Inquisitor, right? Back then, you never, as the common soldier, wouldn't get close enough to be able to see the face. You would have to recognize them because of their armor, or because of their outfits, or because somebody is telling you it's them, or because they have the big entourage and bodyguards, right? So up close, the average soldier wouldn't recognize the face, especially if they didn't have the pomp and circumstance. So this is actually something they could probably pull off.
Huh.
So, you ready to kill some demons? Or Venatori, or whatever that Corypheus asshole is?
This isn't just about killing. We're helping the Inquisitor save the world and build the next empire.
Well, long as I get paid, I'm happy. That's why I signed up.
I just couldn't spend my whole life on a farm. Needed to live a little, you know.
What about you, Mira? Why'd you join up? I thought you were serving some noble.
I saw what happened at Haven. The Inquisitor staring down that monster and his archdemon. I don't sing the chant of light as much as I should. But you can't see something like that and not believe.
Well, Grim and I should find our tents. Thanks for the drink. I know every soldier under my command. You don't have that option, but a few faces might help.
Okay. We're going to go with this top one because it was good information. It's good to have a realistic perspective of things. So this was a good experience, right? Because it gives them a realistic perspective, not one where it's like, oh, you're the Inquisitor, let me put on my best behavior, right? Or let me act the way that everyone around me is acting, right? You get a genuine, okay, so you don't know who I am, let's see what the real perspectives of the common people and the common soldiers are.
It was good to get their perspective.
Yeah. Sounds like we could use an easy win for boys like Tanner. And vets like Mira have seen enough to be wary. You've got a good army coming along. Remember that, no matter what comes next.
Alright. Did you go inside? You went inside.
We'll make good use of it. Did you hear the news?
You're doing good work, boss. I like how this Inquisition is coming. Next time you're free, why don't you come grab a drink? I'll introduce you to the Chargers.
And there we go. And remember the Grim bit? We're about to see that piece now.
Yeah, come on. It'll be fun.
But somebody else is going to be Grim.
Ah, good. We're not drinking alone.
Which begs the question, is Grim really Grim?
Your worship, I'm so glad he has someone new to
Or
use
is
that
Grim
joke.
a spy that he's there to, like, show the perspectives?
Do you prefer Krem or Cremisius?
Grem's faster. The chief's nicknames usually end up sticking.
Hey, when I was growing up, my name was just this series of numbers. We all give each other nicknames under the Qun.
They ever wear shirts under the Qun, Chief? Or do they just run around binding their breasts like that?
It's a harness, Krem.
Yes, for your pillowy man bosoms. Let me know if you need help binding. You could really chisel something out of that overstuffed look.
Who are the others?
A lot of the Chargers went looking off for stronger drinks. Let's see.
So we need to get through this piece here.
You got Rocky and Skinner there. And over there is
Because
Stitches,
you have to do
Baelish,
this, you have to have the conversation
and
about the Ben
Grim.
Hasroth.
Crazy bunch of assholes, but they're mine.
So you have to have this conversation, this interaction where you meet the crew, and you have to have the conversation with Iron Bull about the Ben Hasroth. Once you've had those two things, then you just got to get his relationship, as rapport with you, up to a certain point, which there's no gauge to be able to monitor it. But once you've done these two things, and you got his reputation up with you enough, you can go ahead and get the quest that will decide whether or not Iron Bull will remain loyal to you or betray you, which is a super important quest. So you got to make sure you're getting these knocked out. Grim, right here, look, Grim.
Grim, is it?
Grim doesn't talk much. I'm pretty sure he's the lost king of some small country, or chieftain. Something like that.
See? Yep, we're good to go.
You've got a good company, Bull.
Ah, we do all right.
Man can beat the Chargers, cause we'll hit you where it hurts. Unless you know a tavern with loose cards and looser skirts. For every bloody battlefield, we'll gladly raise a cup. No matter what tomorrow holds, our horns be pointing up.
Thanks for coming by, boss. Glad you could meet some of my team.
So they're largely irrelevant for the storyline. It's just for Iron Bull's quest that we end up getting access to later in the game. That's the only thing that his team is relevant for. Other than that, the only one
Waker, I hope it's not me.
that's worth getting to know is Krem. Krem's pretty awesome, and Krem can have a whole entire storyline if certain decisions are made throughout the game. It's pretty awesome. And after every major story quest, you should come back and talk to
We're happy to
Krem.
be here, Your
And
Worship.
Krem
You
will
need
hook you
anything,
up
let
with
me
some
know.
missions. So you go to Krem, and then you choose this option here. How can we use you?
Iron Bull said the charges were at my disposal. Do you have any suggestions on how to use them?
I suspect Haven's quiet by now. Might be worth sending the boys back. We could recover some supplies, get an idea about the enemy's strength. We could even pick up any stragglers who haven't found Skyhold yet.
There we go.
We'll talk later.
See, and it says Scout Haven Ruins operation available. Do that after every major storyline progress milestone, and you'll end up having them be able to go back and revisit the places you just dealt with. So get to know Krem. Krem's pretty awesome. Alright, so let's go see about Hawk. Again, we went with a female Hawk. I don't remember what class I made her. But we went with female Hawk who sided with the Templars.
Majestic.
And I think we had them romancing Fenris? I think it was Fenris. Recreate the custom appearance. Let's go with the default one. Is she a mage too? Oh, she's a mage too. That is so dope. I forgot I did that.
Inquisitor, meet Hawk, the champion of Kirkwall.
Though I don't use that title much anymore.
Hawk, the Inquisitor. I figured you might have some friendly advice about Corypheus. You and I did fight him after all.
You've already dropped half a mountain on the bastard. I'm sure anything I can tell you pales in comparison.
And again, the reason Hawk's brought in is because there's a DLC in the second game where you, as Hawk, defeat Corypheus.
Whatever you know helps. Corypheus will keep killing people until he gets what he wants, and he wants to be a god.
I suppose you'd better stop him then.
You're right. That does pale in comparison.
All right, I'll tell you what I know. For whatever good it does.
Varric said that you fought Corypheus before.
Fought and killed. The Grey Wardens were holding him, and he somehow used his connection to the Darkspawn to influence them.
Corypheus got into their heads, messed with their minds, turned them against each other.
If the Wardens have disappeared, they could have fallen under his control again.
I'm not gonna lie. I am so excited and happy to hear that they went back to closer to the Dragon Age 2, where you were playing as Hawk, to that combat mechanic style, where you're like super involved and it's super fast paced. I loved that combat mechanic. I really hope that it's as satisfying in the next game.
You're giving me maybes. I need proof.
Then let's get you some. I've got a friend in the Wardens. He was investigating something unrelated for me. His name is Stroud. The last time we spoke, he was worried about corruption in the Warden ranks. Since then, nothing.
Corypheus would certainly qualify as corruption in the ranks. Did your friend disappear with them?
No. He told me he'd be hiding in an old smuggler's cave near Crestwood.
All right. How do we want to handle the Wardens this go around?
If Corypheus has
I'm not
corrupted
sure
the
how I
Wardens,
want to handle the
it may be
Wardens
too
this
late
go
to
around,
save
because
I understand.
as an Origins
I'll do
fan,
whatever's
like,
necessary
I love the Wardens. They're my favorite
Corypheus is my
faction.
responsibility. I thought I'd killed him before. This time I'll make sure.
So I'm super biased about the Wardens.
We'll talk later.
I'll meet you at Crestwood.
Outstanding. That's gonna piss off Cassandra. So let's go deal with that chaos. That'll be exciting. Now we can scold everybody. Go, 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 go. And here we go.
You knew where Hawk was all along.
You're damned right I did.
You conniving little shit.
You kidnapped me. You interrogated me. What did you expect?
Hey, enough! You're taking his side? I said enough! We needed someone to lead this Inquisition. First, Liliana and I searched for the hero of Ferelden, but she had vanished.
Lie.
Then we looked
That's
for
a
Hawke,
lie.
but she was gone too. We thought it all connected, but no. It was just you. You who kept her from us.
The Inquisition has a leader.
Hawke would have been at the Conclave if anyone could have saved Most Holy.
So, one of the decisions I did make in the Dragon Age Keep is the Grey Warden hero from the first game. I made her a female, and I made her survive, and she married King Alistair, and so she's the queen of Ferelden. She's not missing. If the queen of a freaking nation is missing, trust me, everyone is looking. Especially because King Alistair's a legit good dude, right? Like, no, she's not missing. You know exactly where she's at. You just don't want to talk to her because she's a queen.
You can't change the past, Cassandra.
So I must accept what? That the Maker wanted all this to happen? That he... Varric is a liar, Inquisitor. A snake. Even after the Conclave, when we needed Hawke most, Varric kept her secret.
She's with us now. We're on the same side.
We all know whose side you're on, Varric. It will never be the Inquisition's.
Listen, the one thing that I can say about Varric and that everybody can universally agree on, Varric is a loyal friend. Varric legitimately was just being loyal to Hawke. You can't hold that against a person. You have to, like, because you want people that can claim to be loyal to you to be this levels of loyalty. Like this level right here, this person went through interrogation and was just like, nah, I didn't give up shit. You know? So that needs to be respected. So you can't be mad about that.
Attacking him now won't help us, Cassandra.
Ha! Exactly.
And you better not be keeping anything else from us.
I understand.
Totally got to respect the
He
loyalty
did
on
bring
that.
Hawke. Late, perhaps, but Hawke is with us. As are you.
You know what I think? If Hawke had been at the temple, she'd be dead too. You
Maybe.
people have done enough to her.
I believed him. He spun his story for me, and I swallowed it. If I just explained what was at stake, if I just made him understand. But I didn't, did I? I didn't explain why we needed Hawke. I'm such a fool.
So we are going to build up her reputation and Varric's this time around, because we didn't do theirs last time. So we're going to do it this time. But that's because I want the Seekers to be brought back in and under control. And to do that, you have to have a certain level of relationship with her. So we're going to go ahead and do that.
Have you looked at our Inquisition, Cassandra? We're all fools here.
Is that supposed to make me feel better?
More at home, maybe.
I want you to know, I have no regrets. Maybe if we'd found Hawk or the hero of Ferelden, the Maker
She's
wouldn't
on
have
the
needed to
throne.
send you. But he did. I don't know what's to come, but you're more than I could have hoped for.
Go to Denerim. She's on the throne. I promise. All right. Yeah. We have to talk to her some more.
Planning troop movements now.
I'm trying to imagine what it will look like when we're done. All of this once belonged to the Tevinter Imperium. Andraste changed that, as did the Blights. As for what will come next, I cannot guess the Maker's plan.
We're gonna say we make things better because of, like, a fanatic would truly believe that they are making the right decisions.
We make the world a better place.
Because everyone agrees on what better means. I know I want a world where people trust the Chantry and that trust is respected. I want to respect tradition, but not fear change. I want to right past wrongs, but not avenge them. And I have no idea if my wanting these things makes any of them right.
Now, she is as close to a neutral footing between the Templars and the mages as you're gonna get. So she's your neutral ground. Liliana is gonna be your pro-mage. Vivian, even though she is a mage, is gonna be your pro-chantry, pro-Templars, anti-mage, which is who we're gonna be siding with. But she is true neutral.
You don't think those things are a bit idealistic?
Once I might have. Today, I live in a time when anything seems possible.
Anything doesn't mean everything, or even something good.
That will not stop me from trying. Tell me, what guides you? You make decisions that shake the world, yet always seem so assured. I wish I had your confidence.
A fanatic would be obeying their consciousness. A tyrant would be I'm doing what must be done. One can be both. But if you are both, what do you side at? What do you state? A religious zealot would be charismatic.
I'm guided by what my conscience tells me.
Your conscience must speak more clearly than mine.
I doubt it, but I do my best.
Think of it. Like Andraste long ago, once again the fate of Thedas will be determined by a woman. It makes me proud to know you.
I appreciate that.
We still have a long road to travel, Inquisitor. Wherever it takes us.
Because she would want to
I'll
also
gladly-
maintain that formal, elevated status and not want to deter being put on a pedestal in people's eyes.
Good book?
Ah! I don't know what you're talking about.
No. What are you hiding exactly?
I'm not hiding anything. Exactly.
I think you are.
It's of no interest to you, I'm certain. It's a book.
I can see that.
It's one of Varric's tales. Swords and shields. The latest chapter.
See, now we know why she believes Varric's stories, because she's a Varric fangirl. Makes sense. Honestly, like, I promote reading, so, like, reading's cool. So, she definitely doesn't need to hide reading.
So you like to read? What's wrong with that?
It's frivolous. There are more important things for me to do.
Why don't I believe you?
It's
I don't know,
literature.
reading's pretty important.
Smutty literature. Whatever you do, don't tell Varric.
Why not? I think Varric would be pleased to have another fan.
Pleased? Yes, that's one word for it. They're terrible. And magnificent. And this one ends in a cliffhanger. I know Varric is working on the next. He must be. Pretend you don't know this about me.
Oh man. See, now she's moving around, right? She's doing her little movement animations. That means she's done with the various different milestone dialogue pieces. Desync by an elephant in AC Origins. Oh, did you go back and try to fight that one? Man, that's rough. See, at that point, like, I would be hyper fixating on, okay, the equipment. I would be hunting down those resources at that point just to level those up, just to make sure that I could go in there at full advantage and just stomp them out. That's what I would be doing. That actually, who was it that I can't remember what, and it was the Phylakitai, the first one in Alexandria. That one stomped me out, and I went and I was like, no, we're leveling this up now, and we're gonna get him, specifically him. All right, so we need Vivian.
Maker, you're a mess. Let me have a look at you.
Both.
Are you all right, my dear? Were you hurt? You look dreadful.
I would do absolutely both. Like, increased damage output, increased defense, make sure that your weapons that you're actively using are all upgraded to your level. Do that part last. Right? Get the equipment stuff that requires, like, the ore, the wood, and the leather, and the pelts, right? Get that stuff upgraded as much as you can first, and then go upgrade your equipment. That way, if you do level up in the process of gathering those materials, you only are upgrading your equipment once instead of multiple times.
Ignore the dirt. Let's get to work. We must shore up our defenses.
Inquisitor, you look like you've been dragged here behind a cart. We can't have that, especially in front of your troops. Let's keep up appearances. You've handled this crisis competently, saving as many lives as you did. But the enemy struck a serious blow against you and the Inquisition. We must recognize that. You must.
Okay, so supplies first, then blacksmith. Yep. Yeah, in that order, so that way, again, if you level up, you can just upgrade your equipment once when you're done. The blue crystal things that are going to be required at a certain point to level up, you can find those in, like, the tombs, like the ones inside the pyramids, the one inside the Sphinx, like any treasure places or tombs. Go and, like, thoroughly explore, and you'll find them. There's usually, like, one to three, I think, per area, per tomb. You can find him in most of the treasure places too. It's usually in a chest, so it counts as like a chest, looting a treasure chest. So it's usually in one of those. So we're gonna be siding heavily with Vivian because we're gonna be putting her as the divine. So we need her blessing to maintain our authority, because our authority we're going to be leaning heavy into coming from Andraste, and the divine is the representation of that. So we're going to be leaning heavy into being her friend.
You're wrong. We now have a better location and far more people at our disposal. This couldn't have worked out better if I'd planned it.
Yet we can hardly rely upon the whims of Providence to give us all our victories. This defeat may have turned to our advantage, but it will not last long. Our enemy advances, Inquisitor. We must not sit idly by. Act first and teach them to fear us. I think you know what needs to be done, my dear.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. So now we got to tell Varric he's got to write another book. Let's go tell Varric he needs to write a book. Oh, Varric.
All right. Is there anything else that you've been hiding that I should know?
You want to hear about my childhood? Maybe what I had
Yes.
for breakfast?
Absolutely.
I told you what I knew when it became important.
I mean, Corypheus, blaming him on Corypheus, right? Going, you knew about Corypheus. It's like, yeah, but they legitimately thought they killed him. Like, dead on the ground, not moving. Right? They genuinely believed he was dead. So why would they bring up something that they defeated that wasn't relevant? Right? Hawk should have joined sooner. We didn't know the scale of the threat. Prior to Corypheus showing up, everyone thought it was just Templars versus mages. That is manageable. That's politics issues. That's things that armies can solve. Right? Talking to Cassandra. Cassandra needs to chill currently. We're going to get him to write a book and it'll be better. He did choose a side. He's loyal to Hawk first and foremost. And then he's loyal to whatever we're doing currently for the purpose that we're currently doing. Right? So that's never changed. That's always been clear. He's a good friend. So it's just, I believe you is really the only appropriate answer if you know the character.
I know, Varric. You never would have kept quiet otherwise.
I keep hoping none of this is real. Maybe it's all some bullshit from the Fade and it'll just disappear. I know I need to do better. I'm sorry.
Alright, so, hey homie. Book request from a fangirl.
Corypheus is back. Oh, shit.
Damn. So we got one more dialogue piece, and then we can tell him about his fangirl outside that wants the next book.
If you and Hawk defeated him once, we can do it again.
We didn't just think Corypheus was
See?
dead. He was dead. No pulse, no breath, full of stab wounds. There wasn't a
His
lot of
fight
room
was-
for doubt.
Corypheus' fight in Dragon Age 2 is
I thought the
genuinely
Wardens
tough to do.
imprisoned Corypheus to use him. Maybe they did it because he can't be killed.
Everything dies.
Nothing is unkillable.
I'm not
Facts.
so sure about that. Do the things in the Fade really die?
Yes.
Maker's breath, what have I let loose?
Alright. It's not his fault. He didn't know. They genuinely didn't know. They were being targeted and they had to investigate it. Like, people were active. The Carta was actively hunting Hawk. Like, there was no avoiding that conflict.
You had nothing to do with this, Varric.
I was the one who led Hawk to Corypheus. If I hadn't tracked the Carta to that ruin.
But the
you've got
Carta
one
was already targeting them. That's
to be
why he
worried.
was tracking
Just
them.
let me know when you want something shot.
So, like, that genuinely had no way of knowing.
Put that stuff aside. Take a break.
Yeah,
Best
follow
advice
orders,
I've
homie.
ever heard. I've been meaning to come talk to you anyhow. I never officially joined the Inquisition. I don't know how to do this disciplehood thing. I'm a
Disciplehood.
businessman. Never really followed a chosen one before.
Here we go.
There's nothing to it. Just follow my lead.
It's not really that easy. The Inquisition isn't simply another army. You just don't know what you are to the people out there. The Herald of Andraste is a symbol bigger than any of us.
What am I to them?
So what exactly am I to the people out there?
The sky tears open, demons everywhere. To ordinary folks, these are the end times. The only hope they have is you. You're the sign that somebody might hear their prayers. That maybe they're not abandoned after all. You heard the crowd singing after Haven was attacked?
There you go. See, like, if they capitalize on this and run with this hard and get all of the right people in the right positions of power, the Inquisition legitimately could have been in a position where they can't be questioned by anybody. You know, like, they could have set themselves up that way so easily in this game.
Please don't tell me you're going to burst into song now.
Don't worry, I'm not that cruel. I should probably get back to work. Unless, you up for a game of Wicked Grace?
Alright, so can we tell him about the book request now?
I've got a minute if you
Here it
need
is.
something.
Here we go.
Cassandra is waiting for the next issue of Swords and Shields.
I must have heard that wrong. It sounded like you just said that Cassandra read my books.
That's exactly what I just said.
Maybe I'm just going crazy. Wait, did you say the romance serial? Oh, she'll be waiting for a while then. I haven't finished it and wasn't planning to. That book is easily the worst I've ever written. The last issue barely.
Of course, it's the one she loves. Let's see here.
Well, Cassandra seems to be hooked on it.
And I honestly thought a hole in the sky was the weirdest thing that could happen. So, you want me to finish writing the latest issue of my worst serial for Cassandra? Oh, that's such a terrible idea. I have to do it. On one condition. I get to be there when you give her the book.
Absolutely, homie. Absolutely.
You've got a deal.
It'll be a bonding moment for the two of you.
You know, the fact that the
Then
book
she
is
can just
terrible
talk to him
just makes it
directly.
more worthwhile somehow.
And then he'll be able to use those conversations for inspiration. See, like, pre-internet days, that's how you get in touch with your fan base right there. Alright, see how she's not moving? There we go, let's do it.
What have you done now?
I get it, Seeker. You're still sore after our spat.
I'm not a child, Varric. Do not suggest I'm without reason.
A peace offering. The next chapter of Swords and Shields. I hear you're a fan.
That's Aveline. That's a companion
This is
from
your
the
doing.
second game. The guard captain. That's who that is. That's Aveline. And that's who it's based on, too.
Stop acting like you don't want to read it, Cassandra.
Well, if you're not interested, you're not interested. Still needs editing anyhow.
Wait!
You're probably wondering what happens to the Knight Captain after the last chapter.
Nothing should happen to her. She was falsely accused.
Well, it turns out the guardsman...
Don't tell me!
There we go. That's
This is the
awesome.
part where
I really
thank the
love
Inquisitor.
they write
I
this,
don't normally
how they
give
wrote this
sneak
whole
peeks after
interaction.
all.
Thank you.
They did such a good job writing this interaction and their dynamic together. And I really love how because in the second game, we just get to see Cassandra, hard interrogator, asking these questions, being tough, and that's it. We don't know anything about her. In this game, they fill out the character, and they did a phenomenal job. They really did. I really enjoy almost all of the characters that they put in this game. The two that I don't enjoy still speaks volumes to how good the characters are, because if something is written well, it will provoke a emotional investment from its audience. Whether it's a positive or a negative, the fact that it provoked an emotional investment and response means it's good writing. You know, you don't get upset about shit you don't care about. You don't fall in love with things you don't care about. Right? So, whether or not you like it or not, it's still good writing because you had a response. So, they did a good job at character writing in this, and I enjoy it. I hope that continues.
Varric's the one you should be thanking.
I am but a humble servant to my loyal readers.
I wonder if I have time to read the first part.
Don't forget to tell all your friends, if you have any. Completely worth it.
All right, we'll let her go to reading. Don't know if we have any Game of Thrones fans in here, but it's not a blatant Easter egg or anything of that nature. So just to prevent confusion, this is just a damage thing. But we technically have a holding area that goes into the cliff, kind of like the Game of Thrones one. Too bad it's not an actual holding cell, though. But I'm pretty sure, you know, if they let us repair this castle enough. And hey, look, we got our running water source, so that solves the water issue. Now we just need to be able to plant enough food and house enough animals to sustain the population during a siege. But I mean, I always thought that was pretty... Oh man, I fell off the edge. I always thought that was cool, though, that they had that little feature. Again, I'm pretty sure it's not an Easter egg to that degree or anything like that. I just think it's a cool little, like, coincidence. I know Witcher 3, though, has a direct Easter egg for that one.
How do you know they won't attack here?
Oh, yeah, we need to go talk to Dorian. Totally forgot about that. Oh, we should talk to Cullen.
Send men to scout the area. We need to know what's out there.
Yes, sir.
Yep, super important.
Commander, soldiers have been assigned temporary quarters.
Very good. I'll need an update on the armory as well. Now!
New guy waiting to be dismissed.
We set up as best we could at Haven, but could never prepare for an archdemon, or whatever it was. With some warning, we might have...
So, Cullen is romanceable. We're not doing that this go-round. But Cullen has actually been in all 3 Dragon Age games, so it'll be interesting to see if they give him a cameo or not in the next one. But he has been a character that you interact with for portions of storyline in all 3 games.
Is everything all right?
If Corypheus strikes again, we may not be able to withdraw. And I wouldn't want to. We must be ready. Work on Skyhold is underway. Guard rotations established. We should have everything on course within the week. We will not run from here, Inquisitor.
All right.
You report to me now. Will that be a problem?
I was brought on to oversee the Inquisition's forces and offer military advice. That hasn't changed. We needed a leader. You have proven yourself.
And there we go.
There can be no mistakes this time.
I understand. At least we know what we must face. I will do everything I can to ensure the security of our people. You have my word.
I love the fact that all of the advisors know exactly in what capacity they perform the best in, and they just desperately want to be in that position, right? They don't want to be above that station, even though they're not at the top levels of leadership. They're not interested in being there because they know they can't perform at the level required. They know that there's lower levels of leadership that they are perfect for and that they could excel in. I love the fact that they wrote them that way, where they're so confident in their roles and they're so competent because of their confidence, you know? It's fantastic.
Inquisitor.
We almost forgot. There's an important dude over here to talk to. Super important little man. Go talk to him. Right up here. This guy, Sutherland.
I hope I can help somehow.
Love this dude. This dude is like creating you're the sponsor of somebody else being a protagonist in their own story and gathering their own forces and building their own parties and teams, and yeah. It's so cool that they wrote that in here where you can be sponsoring someone else, that they could have made like a small little DLC where you're playing as Sutherland and crew.
Oh, Inquisitor, I joined Sutherland, your worship. I saw some bandits, so I came to warn people. I'll let your warriors know and then stay out of the way.
All right. So when you talk to him, he gives you a quest for the war table, and you got to continue to... You actually have to read his quests. You can't just like willy-nilly throw what's available. You actually got to read his quests, because if you can continue to progress him, he'll continue to this whole long story arc where you end up actually fighting alongside him.
Inquisitor.
It's pretty awesome. We gotta go recruit Dorian. Dorian! Oh, Dorian! There's Vivian. We'll deal with her later. Where are you, Dorian? There you are, homie.
Brilliant, isn't it? One moment you're trying to restore order in a world gone mad. That should be enough for anyone to handle, yes? Then, out of nowhere, an archdemon appears and kicks you in the head. What? You thought this would be easy? No, I was just hoping you wouldn't crush our village like an anthill. Sorry about that.
mean, he's
Archdemons
not
like
wrong.
to crush, you know. Can't be helped. I suppose a proper introduction is called for, now that we're not running for our lives. Dorian of House Parvis, most recently of the Tevinter Imperium. I was at Redcliffe when the Venatori assumed command of your southern mages. I only wish I could have given more warning.
Legitimately, this is probably my favorite character in Dragon Age Inquisition. He is so well written, and his voice actor is so amazing. Like, this is one of my favorite, if not my favorite character in the Inquisition specifically. So we're always gonna be chill with Dorian. It doesn't matter if we're a mage hating mage or whatever. We're chill with Dorian. Dorian's cool.
I appreciate what you tried to do at Haven.
For all the good it did. I had an image in my head of rushing in, saving the day. I always assumed the Elder One behind the Venatori was a Magister. But this is something else completely. In Tevinter, they say the Chantry's tales of Magisters starting the Blight are just that. Tales. But here we are. One of those very Magisters. A dark spawn.
So, Tevinter's where he's from. Tevinter's where he's going to return to, because he survives this. Because he's even in the post-game DLC. Right? So, I really, really, genuinely hope that they do include Dorian, specifically Dorian, in the next game, because we're gonna be in his country where he is part of the government. So it's like, he better be there.
Why does that make you angry?
Because the Imperium is my home. I knew what I was taught couldn't be the whole truth, but I assumed there had to be a kernel of it, somewhere. But no, it was us all along. We destroyed the world.
Yeah, so they're run by mages. No other country in Thedas is run by mages because everyone's like, oh no, mages are bad and dangerous, we should lock them up. And Tevinter is the only place that they're like, no, we're running the government and the country and everything. And it turns out that, yeah, no, they are actually the ones that corrupted the heavens. And Corypheus was one of the original ones. It's just like, so you guys caused the Darkspawn blight and the curses, and you guys are actually genuinely the bad guys. The story the church is telling is the true story. That's crazy. So mages caused all of this. No wonder we should lock all of them up.
You didn't do anything. Those men did. 1,000 years ago.
But again, we're gonna back.
Except that one of them is up and
We're gonna
walking
back
around
him
right now.
specifically,
Not to mention, I have idiot countrymen who would happily follow him down that path again.
which are the
I have no
Venatori.
intention of letting Corypheus win. Not without someone from Tevinter standing against him. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay and help the Inquisition.
So the Venatori are the idiot countrymen that he referred to that are following him, and Iron Bull refers to them as Vents. The Venatori or Vents. When you side with the Templars, that's who you're fighting now. If you side with the mages, then you fight the Red Templars. So we'll be fighting Venatori, which are his countrymen, this entire game. And we do know for a fact that Venatori are going to be in the next game as well. And we're definitely allowing him in because he is so amazing. And he's a mage, so he's going to have one of our specialty classes.
We can use all the help we can get.
No one will thank me whatever happens. No one will thank you either. You know that, yes?
That's not why I'm doing this.
I knew there was something clever about you. All I know is this. Corypheus needs to be stopped. Men like him ruined my homeland. I won't stand by and let him ruin the world. Oh, and congratulations on that whole leading the Inquisition thing, by the way.
All right. Very nice. Very nice. All right. So we're at that 7-hour mark here. I know I started a little later than normal, but keep your eye on those notifications. We're going to save it here. We're going to pick this up again later. I need to get some rest. So if you're on YouTube, hit those like and subscribe buttons. Please and thank you. It helps with the algorithm. Twitch, let's go a rating. We're going to go see Man Bear Nug, because Man Bear Nug is live. He is amazing. If you guys haven't seen the Man, the Mare, the Nug, follow us and hit the follow buttons when we get there. Your ears will thank you. He is an amazing human being. Probably one of the kindest people you'll ever meet or have the pleasure of interacting with. And his beard is epic. So let's go see him. All right. Thank you all for hanging out with me. If you guys haven't hit those follow buttons on Twitch, please do so. I greatly appreciate it. We are going to continue the story in the future. See y'all later.